HaWah. Wow. Welcome to the 110th installment of the Prester John investigation, my dog. Where we dodge all hijacks. We stay static free and we stay sucker free. HaWah. Y'all ready to pop off? We still looking for the Prester? We done searched in Asia Minor, Asia Major, India Superior, India Inferior, Russia, Europe, Africa, Ethiopia, and Abyssinia. I'm talking about the Abyssinians. Let's go. Wow. Okay. You know, let's pop it off like this. Back in I got some stuff for y'all today. Let's go, man. Y'all ready? It only gets better with time. It only gets better with time. You looking for KISH? You better look through the timelines. Yeah, you looking for KISH, man? You better be willing to search through the timelines, boss. You better be willing to acknowledge the three major chronological time shifts, boss. Don't just glance over that, boss. Hey, boss, you better be ready to turn over them phantoms and duplications and them reflections of the priest king, the priest con. You better acknowledge the Ama of the situation. Proverbs 8. Don't be thoughtless. Don't be thoughtless. Let's go. The $1,000 book, Medieval Empire of the Israelites, man. You know, all my niggas done got this copy, this PDF, man. Y'all popping off? Okay. You know, hit me up, man. Email me, music@432thedrop.com. That's all I gotta say. Either way, you got it. Let's go. By Robert Grisham on page 3. Let's start in 311. This is interesting. Let's go. The continuous connections. Yeah. The continuous connections of the local rulers with the Judaic center of the empire are clearly traced in Asia as well. Which one? Asia Major? Asia Minor? Hey, we impressed the 110. Call me Hano. Lego. Hey, just call me Hano. It's a big deal to do 100 full-length Prester John investigations. You know what I'm saying? After that, after 100, we didn't know we'd get to 25, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all remember when we got to 50? How, you know, that was like a major landmark, major checkpoint. By the time we got to 75, we said, man, we rounding the base. We coming on home. My jigger said, hey, take them on home. Hey, call them Hano. So we deserve it. Hano is not just something I rock, man. I rock it with y'all. Because y'all comments, we're going to get some comments. We're going to slow down because Prester 110 should be all about wrapping up what we got. You know, let's look at the links we got up. You know, normally we read them so fast. Let's slow down. Let's read more. You know, let's read more. Let's just read more. And let's go. Starting right now. All right. The continuous connections of the local rulers with the Judaic center of the empire are clearly traced in Asia as well. The family tree of the Afghan royal family is typical in this regard. This is cited in the book of the Japanese writer Aramasa Kubo. Quote, the Israelites came to ancient Japan. The Israelites came to ancient Japan. Do I still got the Kapangu, man? Oh, okay. No problem. I gotta get Kapangu, y'all, right quick. I'm still in my ether pack too. Holla at your guala. And let's go to a map drop in the Ether Pack 2. Hey, out to my Nagas, surfing the wave, man, supporting the drop, because they got the drop, man. They got the Kapangu drop. See, when they say Japan, my Nagas already know. Well, this is a map of America. And the way to China, as men believed it to be, which an old pilot showed to King Henry the Seventh. So keep Henry the Navigator in mind. In the year 1500, and you say, what kind of pilots they got in 1500? I guess they got balloon pilots, or we're just talking dragon. We're gonna talk some dragons today. We're gonna get back into Prester John Legend and his sources by Keegan Brewer. Talk a little dragons in the land of Prester John. We're gonna get mythological. All right, we're gonna go crazy. we're gonna talk the imaginary, because I'm looking at Antarctica and ain't no cap on Antarctica's chest bone. All I see is savages and people they call devils. People they call devil, which would be you and my Naga. All right. We see a lot of things on this map, right? Past Florida here, because here be Florida with much gold. With much gold in the new world where Florida is. I see the great Owl of Kapangu. This is the map shown to King Henry in the 1500s. Okay. Japan ain't over where they say it is, because Japan is right here in North America, boss. They don't even show this island on your maps no more. They don't even show this island on your maps no more. This island just disappeared off the map. But look closely, man. This island got kingdoms on it, man. Because this isle is Kapangu. Kapangu's linked to some of the cities of gold as well. And this is Cathay. Cathay. And this is the great Khan of China. And Columbus is looking for the Khan. And Ptolemy, here's Ptolemy's India. Right here in North America. All this is North America. Where the fire dragons be. Because this is a fire drake. Alright. Greenland. This is not much different than, Ooh, got some map drop for your Facebook, man. Y'all come over here, stop playing. A lot of Asia, America. We got some Utah maps, some Utah maps. Okay. Just remember, man. Gustav, the 1548. So the other map was 1500. This is 1548. Same thing. North America is not called North America, boss. So either these cartographers just got it so twisted that they just went into this much detail in error, or this is what the world looked like, man. All right? This is at least a closer depiction of what things are popping off with. In Managa, if they found the copper color, if they found so many copper colored cons in America that the definition in 1828 of an American is the copper colored con, if the copper colored con is the definition of an American in 1828, Noah Webster Dictionary, then they found you copper colored Nagas in India Superior. Told you was from Africa. But nobody's checking for you to bring you back to your tribe in Africa. And their DNA, genealogies, and all their stuff pointing you back in that direction. But now they found you in Asia Major. If you don't get nothing else from the Prester investigation, and understand this, boss. They found you in Asia Major, man. Okay? Okay. All right. I just get a little emotional sometimes because I can't believe they'll lie to us like this. I mean, who enjoy being lied to? I don't. I don't enjoy being lied to, boss. Just like you saw the map given to King Henry in 1500s, and you saw the Gestalt 1548, and now you see a 1530 map in the British Museum of the same area where you see clearly America right here over South America, right? Managi, you don't see no North America. So we keep asking you. I know we in cognitive dissonance world, reality, illusion, matrix, but does North America exist, Managi? I don't think nobody asked you that as much as we have asked you it right here in Drop Nation. Does North America exist? You saw a 1500 map given to King Henry, 1548 to giving, cartographer Gostaldi in India Superior. You see India Superior in 1530. You see Cuba. You see Mexico. And yes, Managi, you see Prester John. So we're not the only ones talking Prester John. Stop tripping. We tripping, not talking about Prester John. And when you link Prester John to the priest king or Melchizedek, that's always been popping off. He even popped Abraham off because he ran into Melchizedek. I'm saying it's the same frequency. King David, his Ruach is flowing in that same frequency. That's why he's the anointed forever. It's the same Melchizedek, the same Prester, priest king, Prester John. This map's in the British Museum showing connections between Marco Polo's Asia and the New Lands. Marco Polo's Asia. Marco Polo called China Cathay, didn't he? Marco Polo called China Cathay. And back to this King Henry flow in the year 1500. This is a map of America and the way to China as men believed it to be, shown to King Henry the Seventh in the year 1500. This is the way to China. This is the way to China, boss. I do see Florida and Barbados. I see a island they call Atlantis. Maybe that's just a piece of it. I don't know. They say these isles full of demons, savages, dragons. They scared to death, boss. If you looked at this map, it looks like almost a horror story. You see a lot of gold, but you see there, depictions of us as demons and savages too, right? But then right here in the midst of North America, Asia, India Superior, you see the Grand Khan, and you see Cathay. So when I go into the Ka, we're going to get into the Ka, get back in that dragon, Mark of Maru, Serpents of Wisdom drop. We're going to talk dragon a lot right now. This is Prester 110, all right? We're rounding a couple bases, man, bringing it on home. And we out of here. Like, we got so much to talk about. I like taking the mini breaks we do, the mini breaks. You know what I'm saying? MINI, mini, because it allows us to breathe. And some people forget. They think it was an accident that we got excited to search for King David. They don't realize that excitement we feel is forever. You can't find as much excitement searching for JC. You're not going to find all these breadcrumbs and trails and chronology, cartography, etymology, all the ologies coming together, man. Prester is in Harvard and Yale, and we're going to get back in Prester John Legend and his sources again, showing you that this is academia. This is high-level scholastic drop. We ain't supposed to be talking about this, man. We are not educated enough to be talking Prester John according to the hijack. They don't teach us Prester John, King David. We don't even know this connection with Prester John and King David. And then when you realize it's a title and that's how you search for David, it's searching for the Prester. Wow. You run into Genghis Khan. You run into all these Shia battles with these Mongols with Genghis in them and Karakatai. And the Karakatai leads you right back to Cathay. And that leads you right back into Cathnis, into Cathnis, into Cathnis. We looking for Japan, right? Japan is here. Japan's linked to the cities of gold because it's here. So whatever Japan it is over there is not the Japan. Whatever China that is over there is not the China. We don't say ch, we say k. This is the Kana, the Kana, and you're in the land of the great Khan. The Kana is the China. And we're going to get back on that Owaspi flow, linking the China, the, prophet or the, prophet China. You know what I'm saying? He'll be like a Moses variation, but they also have a prophet called China. And I think they're all one thing. I think China is Moshe because you're just talking to Khan, different titles. But we got so much to talk about. Oh, we got so much to talk about. Who is Prester John? Hey, Prester John, why the British Museum got you on the map where North America is, where India Superior is, where Cathay is, or, China, according to Marco Polo. Hey, where's Marco Polo's age? Marco Polo's age? Well, the Orientis finds map of 1531. That's 4 maps we just brought out. We doing heavy cartography. 4 maps in 10 minutes? I don't know, man. This is just the intro. Okay. China. Cathay. Orientis finds 1531. You see South America labeled America again. Again, look, I'm breaking down your cognitive dissonance. Repetition breaks the spell. If you've seen any of this flow before, I'm doing it for you, even if you've seen it 1,000 times. 1,001 may break your spell, man. All right? That's how deep of a sleep we're in. I still see Florida. I see China or Cathay. And instead of North America, I see Asia, boss. I see Asia, boss. Paradise or Paradise. Ahab to the Aqua. Okay. Cathay, 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 Cathnis, Cathnis, Cathnis. And past South America, if you want to get real mappy about it, if mappy makes you happy, we're just talking the gateways, man. Tarazanta means Holy Land. This is South America, boss. I'm sorry, Antarctica, boss. So beyond South America, you got other things that they been mapped out. And the most intriguing thing is the gateways to get outside of the wall. These, they don't end, they just cut it off. You see what I see. Tarazant, Holy Land. How does it connect to the worlds beyond the poles? This is Prester 110. We should be crossing these tiles. Okay. Pacific, right? All right. Just asking some stuff, because now when you talk Tarzan, I don't know where they're going to put you, but they're not going to put you right here, This Tarzan is right on this side underneath South America, they're going to put you in a holy land that they call holy land. Just thinking on this map, you see America, 17. Again, that sept is 7, like 7 cities. What do you see up top? Say it with me. Ania. Quivera, right? Remember the Kiever? This is why we took our time and went past that. So when these maps start coming out, you start seeing Quivera on them. You know we're talking Heber. You know we're talking Eber. If you don't know what we're talking about, surf the wave. Get the last few drops in the Heber, Eber, Quivera connection. And Regnum means kingdom. So we're talking kingdoms in North America. This is why they're calling it India Superior. Because there's something very superior about this Anion kingdom. There's something very superior about this Kivera, Hebrew kingdom. Kivera is Hebrew, is Eber. This is the kingdom of Eber, the Eberu. Oh yeah, this is India Superior. All right, okay. We out of here, boss. Cathay, Catholics. Back to the red thread. We're talking Catholics, we're talking Cathay. So when we talk, Asia Minor or, Russia and all that, all this is the roots. We will get on that pick series, Aqua time. Should be waiting for years for this pick series, man. Because if we don't, that's a victory lap. What does it say right here? First found in Catholics. This Catholics is still Cathay. All right, but they just call it Catholics. Associated with Clan Ross, which are the Rus, which is where you got Russia or Russia. And who's the Russian? Who's the Russian? Shit, who's the Saracen? Who they calling Saracen? The Arab tribe. See, before I didn't understand why they were connecting this with the Arab. I didn't understand. We didn't understand. But now we can talk Arab al-Rashid. Now we could talk Kish, the father of Saul. Now we could talk a rabbi. Now we could talk Reuben. Like one of my aquas said also, is Reuben, is rabbi stemming from Reuben as well. And you got this Rubini flow, David Rubini, Sauls and all that. So, hey, after Reuben, man, Reuben and Judah are also very close. So that the David flow would also be there as well. A Rab. So, yeah, okay. We're starting to see clearly when we talk Catholics. Let's go back in that $1,000 book, man. We out of here. You see us just popping off, motivating, navigating. We just talking about the Prester. Oh, yeah, he been patiently waiting. The Prester been patiently waiting for these nuggets to pop off. Somebody left a great comment. They say, you don't search for the Prester finds you. And I think that's true with each and every one of us. You don't need me to search for King David, Prester John. That should be something that's in you. You just been able to witness me and others, like me, that find it important to seek the Creator, keep the code first, and then start popping off our investigation into our regal Nagas, queens and kings. If you think genealogy is important, the search for Prester John is as genealogical as you're gonna get, because the covenant is with King David, and the seed of David is forever. So that's what you want to be. And you want to be those that's raising up the seed, rocking in order, not, chaos. You know what I'm saying? So you don't need us to do that, man. You know, that got to be in you. And you see, once you start connecting the king, we flow that David is everywhere. Prester is everywhere. Medieval empire of the Israelites, Robert Grisham. So the Japanese writer Arimasu Kubo said the Israelites came to ancient Japan, not modern Japan. The Israelites came to ancient Japan. In ancient Japan on this 1500 map given to King Henry VII. Ancient Japan is right here in North America or India, period, boss. And look at this island and see if it's still on their map after 1500. All right, so you see where Florida is in comparison to, you know what I'm saying, the rest of North America, right? They call it the land unknown, right? Canada, Cathay, India, China, Japan. Just look at where Japan is in between Florida and the mainland of China. This is the mainland of China, also called Asia, also called India Superior, home of the Copper Colored Khan, home of Prester John. Because Prester John's parked right up in this piece, right? I mean, that's just according to the British Museum. All right. Prester John is parked right up in North America, right? Ah, ah, that's good. Abyssinios, I'll be seeing you. Original name, old name for Ethiopia. Prester John's parked right up in India Superior. But where's Japan? Oh yeah, we talking the lost tribes of Israel, boss. Ah, okay, this is just the intro. I'm ready to pop off, man. How you doing, man? How y'all reeling? How's your families? Everybody, signing up? You getting through it? I need you to get through it. This is what we're here for. We need each other. We on the battlefield. We at war. We gonna have time to lick our wounds later. I know we wounded. We gonna have time to lick our wounds later, sort some things out, do some housekeeping. But right now, we're popping off. Halal HaWah, all praise the Most High Creator. And that's it, man. And that's it. All right. So you see Florida here, this would be the area where Japan would be on the map, right here. Florida, the mainland of China, Japan. Remember Columbus said the mainland of China is only 10 days on the boat. 10 days to get to the mainland of China. And now you can see the connection. China's right here. But they took Japan off the map in 1548. Japan, Kapango is no longer there. And we doing some cartography study. How y'all like it, man? How y'all like it? I don't see the missing Japan, Kapango. Kapango was all about the Prester. Yeah. Zipangu It's all about the cities of gold, the king of Septimania. Where did it go, boss? Okay. All right. Hey, one thing at a time, Anaga. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Back to the $1,000 book. So again, the continuous connections of the local rulers with the Judaic center of the empire are clearly traced in Asia as well. Where's Asia, right? The family tree of the Afghan royal family. Who are the Afghans? Who are the Afghans? Let's go. It's typical in this regard. This is cited in the book by the Japanese writer Eramasa Kubo. The Israelites came to ancient Japan. Where, oh where is ancient Japan, right? Got it? According to the legend, the rulers of the Afghanistan are the descendants of the ancient Israelites. But you thinking that it's Middle East. If ancient Japan is over here, Afghan is over here. But let's get the receipts. Let's go. It's 110. We don't do nothing halfway. Let's go. According to the legend, the rulers of Afghanistan are the descendants of the ancient Israelites from the tribe of Benjamin. It is extremely revealing that this assertion was expressed only in the 17th century, that is, after the breakup of the empire and the birth of Islam. Because when you read this book, he goes into detail that Islam was born in the 17th century. I know. They want to connect to the Mohammedan tribes and all that, but it gets deep because we're just talking Afghan. We're just talking Afghan. We're just talking Arab and Arab proper. Arab proper, right? So the adherents of this version maintain that King Saul had a son, Jeremiah, also called Jeremiah, who also had a son named Afghan. Jeremiah died approximately at the same time as his father, Shaul. So King Saul had Jeremiah. Jeremiah had Afghan. This is the tribe of Benjamin, Managas. And even after King Saul died, Afghan, because David still had love for Saul like he had love for Jonathan and all that, right? So David had a lot of love, mad love for Benjamin, right? So Afghan, grandson of Saul, is Afghanistan. You get it? The tribe of Benjamin. And this is where these Arab al-Rashid lines are coming out of. We're going to touch on that again today. And these Rashids are nothing, uh, not, none more, none other than King Saul's father, KISH. Kosh. Yeah. So KISH got his name changed by Muhammad himself to Rashid, al-Rashid. Because KISH, bowed down to Muhammad and their powers. Whether all the Rashids were hijacked, I don't know. What I am tracing is that the Rashids are the tribe of Benjamin, and that there's a big connection where the Middle East is hiding, that this is an India superior love song. This is a story of the tribes of Israel. King Saul's father, whose name is changed from Kish to Arab al-Rashid. And this al-Rashid flow popping off the Afghan flow to this day, where people are claiming all these things to be Afghanistan, Pakistan, Middle East here, Chinese here, Japanese here. How could you be the Japanese there when the Japanese are right here? In the 1500s, that is. That's the ancient Japan he's talking about. The ancient China is right here in North America. And Ptolemy knew that this is India. He said it on the same map. So this is India. All right. So if the Americas is India, the OG Superior India, the OG Superior Cathay China, where the Great Khan is from, Prester John, it's also the OG Japan. It's the OG Asia. You know what I'm saying? This world is on another level. And the rest of the, earth plane around us really owes a lot to this world, because this is where Atlantis was popping off. Even the hijack gotta pay homage to this part of the, you know what I'm saying? Because even Atlantis was popping off over here. So the hijack got us, can't front on America. And the real ones can't front on America, because this is the land of the Khan. This is the promised land. And this is the war more and more for longitude and latitude. Okay. Hence, Israelites came to ancient Japan. Right. The adherents of this version maintain that King Saul had a son, Jeremiah, who also had a son named Afghan. Jeremiah died approximately at the same time as his father Saul. Afghan secured a high position in the rule of King David. Okay. And remained at the royal court during the rule of Suleiman. Okay. 400 years later, during the troubles in Israel, the Afghan family resettled in the province of Gur, now the center of Afghanistan. They stayed here to live and went into trade. With the arrival of Islam on these lands, 7 representatives of the Jews who lived in Gur, headed by their leader KISH, appealed to the Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet rewarded them, and the Jewish name KISH was changed by Muhammad to the name Arab al-Rashid. So when we trace these Rashids, we're tracing Benjamin Managi. We're tracing Saul's bloodline, right? And don't front on Saul. We're going to get a little bit of the Samuel flow, because as much as we talk Dawi, and as much as, the scepter, was picked up and continued forever by King David, we can't front on Saul, He did his best, and he was also personally connected and brought up by the Creator, but you got to say, what's the intention? So King Saul, even though he was, HaWah made sure they knew that HaWah was with Saul when Saul had his opportunity. It was clear. People thought Saul was a prophet because he was prophesying and popping off. You know what I'm saying? So they thought he was a prophet. Saul was really Baruch. He was really touched. Benjamin, is Baruch. So, when he made other choices and didn't quite hearken to the word of the Creator, that's when the Creator said, all right, well, you can't be no king to me no more. But even from the top, it wasn't like Saul was HaWah's, like David. David would be HaWah's anointed king. Saul was anointed by the Creator to be a king because the people were asking for a king. It was like, here, I'll give you a king. You know what I'm saying? David was my shepherd, my king, one shepherd. You know what I'm saying? It was a different claim that HaWah put on David, even though he was rocking with Saul. But we got to put some respect on King Saul. Now, I didn't know his father personally ran into the Prophet Muhammad and had a sit down. I mean, literally, he bent the knee. And the Prophet rewarded him with this new name, Arab Rashid. And the Arab is just really a Hebrew name of the Rab, the Bat, the Resh, the head of the house who got the floor plan, right? So that's the Arab, or a rabbi, you know what I mean? So all this is coming out the Hebrew, including this tribe of Rashids that are coming out of the tribe of Benjamin. Now, afterwards, Arab al-Rashid received instructions to spread Islam among his people. So here's the hijack, right? Saul's father, the Benjamite, now has to spread the Muhammad, bend the knee, and Muhammad's the greatest prophet, and all their stuff, right? And again, ain't no diss, ain't no, turning our nose up to things that you love and Christianity and Islam. I'm just saying, Israelites never needed Christianity, and Israelites never needed Islam. King David, Presters, and Joshua's, and they were at war against these tribes that were confederate against us for the promised land. It'd been a more and more war for a long time. Both sides can attest to that. No one can say they've been on more and more war. And why? We know it's over land. Greedy Nagas, treacherous Nagas, turncoat Nagas, backstabbing Nagas. We've been plagued with this for a long time. You think I'm surprised by one more, two more, 10 more? We've been plagued with this for a long time. This road, this journey is full of treacherous, turncoat, stab you in the back type Nagas. You know what I'm saying? Can't wait to stab a Naga in the back. This is what they use as a strength against us, because now we spreading Islam among our own people. What happens when you unplug your people from their source, the creator, and then now you bring in this other prophet outside of the house of Israel? Has Israel ever needed a prophet outside of Israel? I'll wait. Moshe wasn't enough. Elijah wasn't enough. Nah. Why not get? Have you ever needed a prophet outside of Israel? Samuel wasn't enough, man. And we're gonna talk Samuel. We're gonna talk Saul. All right. So this is the harder things, and we're gonna get back to this because we got a lot more to read when it comes to how things are breaking down. But just understand that Afghan is the grandson of King Saul, and that this Arab al-Rashid that we're gonna recon is KISH, is Saul's father. Just surf this wave with us. Let's go. A Lego. Okay. Oh yeah. Cannolis. The Cannolis are a tribe of the ThaWaDa Valley region in Hazara. The Cannolis are Arabic origin and descended from Abbas, son of Ab al-Muttalib. All right. The paternal uncle of Prophet Muhammad. Okay. All right. So a couple things. When we talk Khalifa, and love to Unity.blogspot.com. When we talk Caliphate Abizai. Okay. Okay. Whew. Okay. Yeah. Okay. When we talk Abizai, we just got some drop. Let's go. We're talking Abizai, right? We're talking Abizad Abbasia. Same thing, Managa, as Prester John, Emperor of the Abyssinians. Okay. Abyssinians. Old name for Ethiopia, but that's before they called Ethiopia a specific region or a specific place. Back then, it's a generic term for dark-skinned people, darkies, wherever the darkies are, okay? Burnt face or fiery looking. Abyssinians. Emperor de los Abyssinios. Abazai. Abbasid. Abbasia. Abyssinios. So we're talking the same title. Same title. So today they will have Ethiopia in one place. But back then, Ethiopia is everywhere that Negroes are, because you're talking about fiery looking, like the ones with the deadly glance. You know, I had a talk with a Christian today. I mean, they were an Israelite, but, you know, they were a part of those, you know, Israelite churches of Christ type of flow. You know what I'm saying? They were like, yeah, man, dragons, oh, that's Satan. Dragons are Satan. I said, damn. What's the difference between how you think and a Christian? There's a close connection. Christians would also associate dragons with the book of Revelation, right? To train your mind that this is Satan, when all the term dragon means is to see clearly. And after I showed this to Managa, they were just quiet. You know, they just wanted to listen to more. They just wanted more. I said, look, you know, it's like angels. You got good angels, bad angels. You got dragons on both sides of the frequency war. And the hijacks are tapping into them, idolizing them. And Israelites have been found guilty of idolizing angels, dragons, prophets, everything. We're just talking about seeing to see. What does it mean to see? You're talking about your eyeballs, your pineal gland, your pine cone. That means you are not deceived anymore. Someone who sees, you can't sneak up on them. That's why they call them the one with the deadly glance, or fiery looking. So when you looked up Ethiopia, or Abyssinia, I'll be seeing you. Old name, right? So since you know that Ethiopia does not, it does not stipulate one area like they want us to believe. Ethiopia is a region, east, west, north, or south, of fiery looking people. So Abyssinia also doesn't, distinguish one place. It's a generic term still for not just fiery burnt people, but we're talking about the Habasa. We're talking Arab proper Habasa. They call it mixed or a mixture. Talking about the different races or the tribes. We ain't talking about black and white. Like today, we're talking about mixtures of tribes. Whenever you made an exodus, it was a mixture of tribes. It wasn't just Israelites only. You know, you had the Midianites, the Kenites, Jethro and them, people that was cool, you know. It was always a mixture, man. So, but there was also order. There had to be order. Now, Ethiopia, what they gonna call this? Just Ethiopian, Negro. So the Abyssinian by default must be a Negro, because it's the old name for Ethiopia. Ethiop from the Greek Ethiop. So if you're in love with the word Ethiopia, it's a Greek word. Fall back, hijack. It's a Greek word. Like Abyssinia is a Latin word from the Arabic Habasa or the Hebrew Habasa. So that's not a place in Africa. It's the Habasa. It's the place with a mixed multitude of what? Burn like a dragon, fiery looking, like the one with the deadly glance to see clearly. Do you see the connection? Do you see clearly the connection with an Ethiopian, an Abyssinian, and a dragon? And Prester John, Emperado de los Abyssinios. We're gonna talk dragon today. Do you see any dragon connection? Is this like some dragon armor he got on, man? Yeah, man, we're talking Abyssinios. Okay. Fiery looking, man. They want to call it sunburnt, burnt face. Fiery looking connects more to the Abyssinian. Fiery looking connects more to the dragon. Fiery looking connects more to the one with the deadly glance. Khan, do you see clearly? It's all about seeing. It's all about being visible, boss. I have seen. Have you seen the light? Have you seen the light? It's not just about seeing clearly. It's about seeing the light clearly, man. Now we could talk about the greater light. And now we could talk about the greater light, and the one with the deadly glance might be the same one in the Noah Webster Dictionary definition of a dragon in 1828. The one with the deadly glance must be we're talking dragon? In the Noah Dictionary, dragon in 1828. So we got Ethiopian fiery looking dragon, the one with the deadly glance. Dragon in 1828 Noah Webster Dictionary, a fierce, violent person, male or female, as this man or woman is a dragon. I can't make this up, boss. Who or who is Prester John? It's crazy talk, right? It's crazy talk. That would be a violent person if you were seeing clearly. It would be a violent person if you saw the light, my naga. And we talking Negroes. Could we talking Ethiopians? Could we talking Abyssinians? Could we talking the Prester? Wan. Wan means king. Wang means king. Prester means priest. David was a priest, king, anointed with the holy oil of HaWah. Proverbs 89. Psalms. Psalms 89. He got the holy oil. He's a fierce and violent person to the hijack, male or female. This man or woman is a dragon. Okay. Hold up, man. We on red alert right here. We popping off. Sound the alarm, man. All right, let's go. Prester means priest. Prester means meteor. Prester means priest. Dragon means meteor. Prester means priest. Prester means meteor. Prester means meteor. Dragon means meteor. Who is Prester John? Other than a fierce, violent person, male or female, this man or woman is a dragon. After the lady dragons on the wall, Lady Tamar's, Lady Hannah's, you know what I'm saying? Lady Deborah's, you know what I'm saying? The real ones on the front lines, Lady Esther, you know what I'm saying? The Maccabee flow, Mordecai flow. We got plenty of priest queens, Lady Sheba, Queen Sheba, Khalifa, man, come on. We know the ladies, Queen Miriam and them are popping off, man. So they will be dragons to these hijacks, violent to these hijacks. We just talking meteors. We talking meteors, right? Tecumseh, shooting star. We talking shooting stars? Right. Tecumseh, the Ibaru holding down Indian Superior. His name is literally meteor, right? His name is literally shooting star. Tecumseh. Coom, right? We got on our coom flow to rise, right? We got on our coom flow. Okay. So we rising. We on coom. Tecumseh says on coom. He's rising. We're talking shooting stars. We're talking meteors. Oh yeah, we gotta get back on our Tecumseh flow. Tecumseh and Shawnee. Tecumseh means shooting star or panther across the sky. Shooting star or panther across the sky. Meteor. Dragon. Prester. Yeah. Meteor. Shooting star or panther across the sky. 1812. They say Tecumseh was killed in battle. Tried to tribe up the tribes. Tried to tribe them up against the hijack. No treaties. But we got some treaty making turncoat Nagas from the beginning of time. Ain't nothing new today. It's the same hijack city. Cause we couldn't tribe up. Oh no, boss. They wanted to go their own way, make treaties with hijack city. Tecum, Ta, like the Tau. So it's like you got two Taus and the Coom and the Rising. You really popping off. Yeah, shooting stars, meteors, and quasars, huh? Say it with me. Shooting stars, meteors, and quasars. I love this one right here, man. I think this one got we put this one out. They sent their robots on us. They said Autobots, Transformers, this is the Golden Knight parachuters with flares. They threw it all at us. We kept dodging the hijack. So over 1 million people have viewed this, at least on this repost right here. And you see why. You see why. Shooting stars, meteors. We talking the Prester. Yeah. And just look how they kind of move, almost like seeds in the water. Look how they swerving and moving, huh? Yeah, over 1 million views on this joint. People going crazy. You know what I mean? And this is some of the most compelling footage of these shooting stars, meteors, and quasars. Yeah, shout out to my Naga Malak Yat Sada. My Naga enter the dragon. Cons is popping off. Yeah. We got one very similar to it, even closer. We're talking meteors, quasar, and prestars, man. They say mass deception, Project Bluebeam, or dragons everywhere. And if you look closely, you can kind of see how the dragons flowing within the glowing. They can't. This looks like organic matter moving. This ain't no craft. And a lot of what they shooting down, they keep saying, "Oh, object." They keep calling it object. They're not really calling this stuff crafts and stuff. Objects. Where they shooting at, man? Where they over there shooting at? Over Alaska and over here and over there. What they shooting at, man? Hey, free Phineas, man. Shout out to Ketty, man. He said free Phineas. Hey, free Phineas, man. We out of here. Hey, surf the wave with us on IG, man. Who knows what's coming up next, man? We got the pure water flowing. Sometimes you gotta take a bath in the pure water. Just like the Prester, this might be the fountain of youth for you. Oh yeah. Gotta poke your chest out a little bit. It's Prester 110. Sometimes we just gotta do the dance, do the dragonfly. It's not there's nothing but a dragon in disguise, man. Yourself, we popping off, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Steven. He said, even when your man is in a cage, he's still majestic. May we never forget. Splash on him. Follow the pack. Said, gotta repost. Hey, man, this is that pure water mem sauce flowing, man. Sometimes you just gotta stick your chest out on a knocker 1 time, 2 times. Can you dig it 3 times? And sometimes you really gotta uh, poke your chest out on a hijack, man. Who think he tough, man? Who think he got some artillery, man? Nah, man. Nah, hijack city. You ain't crossing this road, hijack. Yeah, you better back real slow, boss. Nah, boss. No hijacks allowed, boss. My nigga, this is how we gotta protect Drop Nation. Straight up like that. Stopping right in their path. Stopping right in their tracks. Hey, boss. Ain't no hijacks allowed, boss. He's like, shit. Hey, man, I'm gonna blaze over here, player. I'm gonna blaze over here, player. Yeah, boss. Okay, y'all ready? Let's go. You like drop popping off, man. We talking about the Abyssinian. Let's go. The Abyssinian Caliphate was the third of the Islamic caliphates. It was ruled by the Abbasid dynasty of the caliphs who built their capital in Baghdad after overthrowing the Umayyad Caliphate from all but the Al-Andalus region. The Abbasid Caliphate was founded by the descendants of Prophet Muhammad's youngest uncle, Abbas ibn Abd al-Muttalib in Kufa, 750 CE. Shifted its capital, 762, to Baghdad. It flourished. Now remember, they added 1,000 years in its timeline. A lot of this could be popping off in the 1700s. Just keep this as we talk Anatoly Fomenko. 3 major chronological time shifts. Don't get married to no dates and timelines until you've surveyed the possibilities of that existing. That same, they give us 750. You got to be willing to push that either back or forward. And most likely, you got to push it forward, what I'm saying? At least 300 years. You got to be willing to say, this could have happened in the year 1050. Because they at least shifted your time, shifted your butt 333 years, at least, right? What did Anatoly Fomenko, the Russian chronographer, say? 3 major chronological time shifts. 333 years, 1,053 years, and 1778, right? Almost 1,800 years. So now you're searching for King David in the BCs. They pushed something that happened in the 1200s back to the BCs, or 1500s back to the 200 ADs or something crazy. So you got to be willing to surf the wave of 3 major chronological time shifts. The possibility, you got to be willing as an investigator to even think of the possibility. Then things start lining up. You start to connect the indigenous American history. You start to connect the biblical Hebrew history. You start to connect this so-called Mongol, Russian, Dark Ages flow with this European Dark Ages flow with that's the Russian flow. The Genghis Khan's gonna slide in there. The China, the Japan's gonna slide in there. You back in India Superior. You back in America. You back in the land of the Prester, and you still are in America. You didn't go nowhere. They just shifted time and shifted place locations, shifted titles, renamed things, flipped the map upside down, The norm, the basics the hijack would do. That's the least the hijack would do, my nigga. Is flip your map upside down. That's the least they gonna do. Let's go. Hey, this is Prester 110, man. Hey, we on a warpath. We on a warpath, my nigga. Yeah, the price is going up. The price is going up on these hijacks, man. So wow, okay, it flourished for 2 centuries, but slowly went into decline with the rise to power of the Turkish army. It had created the Mamluks. Within 150 years of gaining control of Persia, the caliphs were forced to cede power to local dynastic emirs who only nominally acknowledged their authority. The caliphate also lost the western provinces of Al-Andalus, Maghreb, and Ifriqiya to the Umayyad prince, the Aghlabids and Fatimid, respectively. The first change the Abbasids made was to move the empire's capital from Damascus in Syria to Baghdad in Iraq. Follow the Abyssinians because they're just taking the title and running with it, like they stole the title Prester, stole the title David, stole the title Israelite, Jewish, from the Judah, okay. The Arabi got stolen, Afghan. We just uncovering. We the only people that can figure out who we are and leave everybody butt naked in their truth of what their version of truth is. Their titles, we take it back. They can't be the indigenous European. Nah. No, they can't be the Native American. Nah, I mean, what's a native? That's a good question. They can't be the issues. They can't be the isms. They can't be the Abyssinian. And they damn sure can't be the Preston. Was a native Aqua battle in the 1828 know what dictionary? Hey, out the Aqua battle, son. Produced by nature. No. They can't be the native. They weren't produced by native. They're not naturally planted here. That's not original Amara Khan. They're not the original boss. No, you can't be the native if you're not the original boss. You told on yourself in 1828. Noah Webster Dictionary. If you're not the original, you're not the native. Stop with the titles. Because the native is the American. We get our titles back. And the American is the copper colored races found here, boss. Khan? I said Khan? Oh, you said Ken? No, I said Khan. You said American? No, I said American. Because Khan means priest. And they stole your priesthood. And they stole your priestly titles. They stole your things. They stole your stuff. Because you've gone a long time, boss. You can't search for King David without searching for HaWah. And when you search for HaWah, you meditate on the law. And where you start is with the commandments, the code, at least the first, what they call 10, which is the 9 code, 9 commandments, because what they call the first and second commandment is all one thing, all one transgression. Yes, it's a clarification all in one transgression before you get to murdering and stealing and vanity. You're talking about other gods before me, no other gods before me, no other graven images. All that is one code. No carved images. Don't bow down to them. Don't worship nothing else, man. That's rule number 1. Don't worship nothing else. Come on. Don't make me jealous, man. I'm your father. I'm going to get jealous. I'm your mama. I'm going to get jealous. Don't do that. Or else I'm going to do that to you. I'm going to make you jealous. I'm going to make you jealous. Start calling some other children my children. You don't want that. It's going to break your heart bone. They're going to have everything. You're going to have nothing. Do you want that? Deuteronomy 28. No vanity on my name. Your breath, your security. Your Shabbat day, you keeping it? You keeping it holy? 6 days. You getting in. You resting with your family. You seeing eye to eye. You seeing clearly. You honor your frame and your shaper above. You honor your mama, your daddy. No more sliding. No more smoking on the op pack. Naga, you can keep on sliding if you want to. You can keep on gang banging over colors if you want to. You can keep on murdering if you want to, but you'll never be free. Your children will never be free. They're going to be slaves. Now you tell me what you want more, and I need you to think real clear about your choice you make. I need you to see real clearly, Matrakan Khan. If you had a choice to choose your children's future, for them to be free, for them to be the head, not the tail, or sliding on that op, you think you're going to get more satisfaction and gratification off of murder because you got vengeance in your heart, because you feel you got a reason? You might got a reason straight up, but that reason ain't bigger than your children and your children's children and your children's children's children. That reason of sliding on that noggin, murdering that noggin, can't be bigger than your kids. It can't be bigger than your droplets, your children and their children. If you take that lick, take that sacrifice in terms of, sacrificing your vengeance. Sacrifice your vengeance, put it to the side, and choose life, my naga, then you have freedom forever. Just think about that choice you're making. You ain't no sucker for putting down, you know what I'm saying, you know, the murder, you know what I'm saying? Stop turning that, weapon on each other, you know what I'm saying? This don't say don't kill no hijack that's hijacking your land. You could still keep that same energy towards the hijack if they're invading your land. That's not that. This is about murdering your brother or sister, because this code is for the tribe. Remember the top of this. HaWah spoke all these things, saying, I am HaWah, your power, who brought you out the land of Egypt, out the house of bondage. You want continued bondage? You hate that brother that much? You that confused? You that lost in the sauce that you would risk it all to stay in bondage? Nah, that murder's not that important. I know the homie, might want you to, get that vengeance, but it ain't that important. Homie ain't thinking, and we ain't thinking, and killing each other can't be this easy. Killing each other can't be this simplistic. It can't be this easy to murder one another. It can't be this easy, my nigga. So make your choice and see clearly. No more adultery. You keep your oaths. No more stealing, my nigga. No more jacking each other. No more false witnessing on your neighbor, on your brother, on your sister. The heart of a false witness is to do what? The heart of a thief, the murderer, is to do what? The heart of anyone trespassing this frequency on you is to do what, my nigga? To build you up or to tear you down? So the false witness is there to tear a naga down. Don't bear false witness on a naga claiming they're bearing false witness on you. That naga ain't there to tear you down. All that naga can do is say, what? You think I'm here to do what to you? Well, we need some clarity. This is the frequency that we got to overcome. To break these codes, to act like, we are, be careful, man. I've seen it all. I've seen real false witnesses that were there to literally try to bring Nagas down, And I seen Nagas claim false witnessing just to try to bring Nagas down. I seen false witnessing claiming to be victims of false witness. I've seen it all. Thieves, adultery, murderers, no honor for your frame and your shaper. Nah. No honor for the Shabbat. When you meditate on the law, the code, this is what you're meditating on. The people false witnessing on you and who you might be false witnessing on. The people stealing from you, the people you might be stealing from. You might be stealing somebody's energy. There's some people that, they call attention whores, they just love attention. Me, look what's happening to me, this happened to me. Constant victims, always a victim. They just want to steal your attention. Then come the false witness. This tears down. You got to meditate on this within you, my naga. You gotta alleviate these, brutal, vicious, savage beasts out of your head bone, out of your heart bone, out of your ruach. You gotta guard your heart. You gotta guard your thoughts. That is seeking HaWah. Nagas is still covetous on their brothers and sisters. They want what they got straight up. I see it time and time over and over again. A Naga can have a little something popping off, and it's somebody else that want to show that they better. You know what I'm saying? Show that I could rub shoulders and shoulders. And many of those times, that covetous Naga can't even walk down the block in that Naga shoe. But they looking at that Naga like, oh, if I was that Naga, if I had that power, if I had that had that glow, I would do this. Well, why don't you work on getting that glow? Why don't you work on building like that Naga built? But you covetous of your Naga's house. You covetous of your Naga's house. That house that you've been stomping in and you don't want to wipe your feet. I'm talking to the covetous Nagas. You don't want to wipe your feet when you walk in this dojo. You don't want to take your shoes off. You want to step to the sensei of the dojo, to the, master Khan of the dojo, and be disrespectful in the dojo? Oh, you got no respect. You a covetous Naga. Oh, if I was the sensei, I would be teaching this. Why don't you get your own dojo? Why don't you build a house? If I don't see you building a house, don't come near my house talking about how to build. I need to be a witness of you building. Or you might be one of them covetous Nagas. Covetous towards a Naga's house. Covetous towards a Naga's tribe. You build your tribe. You witnessed us build a tribe. You covetous of us tribe being tribal. Whoever you are, hijack. Show us that you can build a tribe. Brick by brick, my Naga. This ain't no overnight tribe. You ain't gonna cause no overnight division. These roots go deeper than you, hijack. Yeah, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, thy neighbor's manservants, maidservants, oxes, cars, houses, clothes, flow, glow, ruach. Nothing. We gotta get this out of our bone, man, before we could pop off and perceive the thunderings, the lightnings, and the voice of the horn and the mountain smoking when the people saw it. Yeah, they said, Moses, you speak with us, but we ain't gonna go into the Creator because we might die. This is what it means to seek HaWah, to meditate on HaWah. This is what it means to meditate on the law. It's to be honest with yourself. None of us have claimed to be perfect code keepers. Every day we got to do this. Every day we got to reach this checkpoint. Every day we got to be honest with ourselves before we even can approach the seeking of King David. Prester John. And pop off and press the 110. We had to do a lot of soul checks, gut checks, know what our intentions are and what we're doing it for. Halal HaWah, man. That's how you seek HaWah. Halal HaWah, you seek HaWah. You return. Verse 4, Hosea 3, for the children of Israel shall sit solitary many days without a calm. and without prince. This is why it's so foreign to you to seek David. But you gotta seek David when the children of Israel return. Verse 5, afterwards shall the children of Israel return. Return and seek HaWah. What does it mean to seek the creator of your power? They say God, I say power. They say Lord, I say creator. MHOE. To seek HaWah is to meditate on the law, meditate on the code. KTC. That shows you're seeking, because to seek the creator means you're seeking what the creator wants from you. The commandment is not to like each other, man. You ain't gotta like each other. But you dang sure gonna respect each other. You ain't gonna kill each other. You ain't gonna steal from each other. You dig? You ain't gonna bring no false gods around here, man. If that's all you get from me and that's all I get from you, we are ox. We are ox. You ain't gotta like me, man. It's all good. I'm one of those guys that just don't, need a whole bunch of people liking him. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get this far with a bunch of people liking me, man. Nagas ain't surfing away because they like me. Nagas are surfing away because it's wavy, man. It's wavy. It feels good. It's reeling up. We choosing up together. This ain't about liking each other. This is about that water. Because when you return, Israel, you seek the creator and David, their king. That's when you come trembling and in that respect. You walk through that dojo appropriately, my naga. You better know what wave you swimming in. If you don't see clearly by now how you got this drop, if you don't see clearly by now what wave you surfing, if you want to go find that water wherever you need to find it, go get it, man. But this over here, man, hey, this the wave, man. We got that water flow. We didn't get here by being covetous nagas, false witnesses, stealing and killing from each other. We didn't get this far talking about no idolatry. You don't gotta find David to find HaWah, the creator. You find the creator first. You find the creator first, man. Israel returns and you seek the creator first. You don't need to search for Prester John to find the creator. You find the creator directly, my night. You meditate on the law, the code directly. Exodus 20 happens to have us in code. Are we lacking stuff? Of course we're lacking stuff. But do we have the essentials? Yes, Exodus 20 is the essentials. No idolatry is rule number 1. You didn't get in captivity because of fringes and beards and Levitical law. You got in captivity because you kept calling another daddy daddy and another mama mama. So that's what it means to seek HaWah. It's the code up, KTC. Keep the code. Then you can search for the Prester. Then you can search for the Prester. Then you can search for King David. Then you come trembling to the Creator in humility. Because now you got your regal, energy, man. Now you back connected. You with a fountain of water, fountain of youth. Yeah, you ready to pop off. That's very humbling. You say, how in the world did I fall for this deception? How did I let this hijack rule over us? But you come back trembling to HaWah and his goodness, man, because HaWah got that good. HaWah got that good Ahab. And we talking end of days, searching for HaWah. and Dawi, right? Let's go. Who is Prester John? The Abyssinian. Who is Prester John? The Islamic Golden Age was inaugurated by the middle of the 8th century by the ascension of the Abyssinia Caliphate and the transfer of the capital from Damascus to Baghdad. The Abbasids were influenced by the Quranic conjunctions, and Hadith. Now, they said it by accident or on purpose, and it just rolled off our tongue, right? Kara. Right in our face, bro. Just like the Arab. So what's this Kara business about? They call it the Quran, right? Who are the Kara? What's the Ka? We're going to talk Ka. Let's go. So during this period, the Muslim world became an intellectual center for science, philosophy, medicine, and education as the Abbasids championed the cause of knowledge and established the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, where both Muslim and non-Muslim scholars sought to translate and gather all the world's knowledge into Arabic. Many classic works of antiquity that would otherwise have been lost were translated into Arabic and Persian, and later in turn translated into Turkish, Hebrew, and Latin. During this period, the Muslim world was a cauldron of cultures which collected, synthesized, and significantly advanced the knowledge gained from the ancient Roman, Chinese, Indian, Persian, Egyptian, North African, Greek, and Byzantine civilizations. The Abbasid caliphs were Arabs descended from Abbas, son of Abd al-Muttalib, one of the youngest uncles of Muhammad, because of which they considered themselves the true successor of Muhammad as opposed to the Umayyads. The Mayyads, Umayyads. The Umayyads were descended of Umayyah. Take off the U, you just got the Maya. All right, but let's go. The Abbasids also distinguished themselves from the Umayyads. The Abbasid revolt was supported largely by Arabs, mainly the aggrieved settlers of Mar, Marw, with the addition of the Yemeni faction. Now we're talking Yemen, right? I mean, hold on, man. I gotta get it. Gotta get it. Arab proper. Arab proper. Jokto. Oh, damn, we pop right up. Arab proper versus Arab pretenders. Again, younger son of Eber. Let's get it bigger. Oh, let me get cozy. Let me get my water. And my naga, ain't it fun again? When we start digging on us, we start addressing everybody's stuff. The Arab, the Christian. We we can differentiate between the Christian and the Nestorian Christian, right? We can differentiate between the Arab and the Arab proper, or the Arab pretender. Joktan. It's a younger son of Eber, all right, or Kavera, because Eber is Kavera, all right. Oh yeah, oh yeah, Eber. The same kingdom of Kavera, connected with Kansas, connected with the Four Corners, all that. As early as 1530, the Spanish authorities, right, in Mexico heard reports of the seven cities of Cibola, which were reputed to be exceedingly opulent. Still, it was not until 10 years later that any systematic attempt was made to find them. So they're searching for cities of gold to exploit the wealth. The Coronado expedition was sent out from New Spain, Mexico, for that purpose. You remember what all the maps were looking like in 1500s, right? And look no further again than the British Museum. They said 1540. Managa, this is 1530. British Museum. India Superior. Coronado's popping off out of Mexico, New Spain, looking for the cities of gold or Covera or the land of Prester John, man. Managa, I can't make this stuff up. You think I'm making these maps up? Think I'm making all these documents up? $1,000 book telling you the same thing? Slicing through everybody's history? Everybody stole a piece of us, and y'all got to give it back. Everybody stole a piece of the Prester, and you got to give it back. Talking Mexico, Cathay, India Superior, Cuba, or Cubera, or Kivera. Oh yeah, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go, boss. Khyber, Khyber, Kivera. I'm just talking Eber. I'm still talking Choctaw. Don't trip. I'm still talking. I'm still talking Eber. Okay. But in talking Eber, I'm also talking Khyber or Khyber or Heber. Talking Hebrew, I'm just talking Eber, Kaberi, or Kuvera. Talking cities of gold. All connecting with this Afghan flow. Afghan flow. All connected with this Joktan, who is the son of Eber, right? Okay. Eber, Heber is the same as the biblical city Habor. Yeah. Habor of Kings chapter 5 and First Chronicles must not be identified with the Kabor or Kibor, which is repeatedly mentioned by the prophet Ezekiel, and which was a large navigable canal. Yeah, we're talking the Heber River or the Cavaria River or the Eber, I mean, all these are waterways, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, east of the Tigris, now you're talking about the paradise rivers, paradisical rivers. Yeah. Classical name, Habor, is Kavera, whether you're talking river or kingdom. A lot of times the kingdoms and the rivers, a river would also always have or a kingdom would also have a river, uh, named after it or connected to it. So this is just what's happening. When the Spanish rabbi, Benjamin of Tudela visited 1163 the mouth of the Habor, he found near by some 200 Jews who have in part been the descendants of the ancient captives of the Assyrian king, ancient Hebrews in the 12th century, boss. Yeah. 3 major chronological time shifts. So you got ancient Naga, Indian, Hebrews, all this happening in Habor or Quavera. Eber. Eber. Let's talk Naga talk. Talk Eber talk and let's talk Naga talk. Press the 110. I think we have earned the right to talk some Eber talk and Naga talk at the same dang time. But first, who are the Hogan? Who are the Odams? Relatively primitive Spanish admired then for their intelligence, industry, and high philosophy. All right. Some Catholic missionary priests thought they were the progenitors of the Aztec. Hohokam also means people that have disappeared. Right. We got that before. Progenitors of the Aztecs. So Hohokam, Aztecs, Olmec, all this is connected. About 5,000 BC. Or earlier, a brilliant deified Phoenician Naga king philosopher named Kuvera or Kubera learned how to smelt gold, copper, other metals. This activities took place in a kingdom named after him, Kivera, which consisted of a group of craggy mountains in what is now southeastern Afghan. Back on the Afghan flow, northeastern Pakistan, i.e. the Khyber Pass. It's funny, boss, because this Khyber Pass seemed to pop up on the way to New Mexico and Baba Caveri, Arizona. Shout out to G.D. Matlock. We just talking Arizona and New Mexico. They duplicated the world over there. Their Afghan Khyber Pass is right here in the four corners where the Hohokam is. Where Prester John is. This will be the land of the Hohokam. This will be the land of these Khybers. This will be the land of Kiveri. This will be the land of Kaveri. According to the Tararam Orbis map, Yeah, I showed you this, right? This will be the land of KhaVada in America, boss, right? Or India superior, boss. Anyhow, so when they're talking KhaVada, Eber, I gotta keep doing this because this is a big deal. Because now you can decode a whole new page in history. You can go crazy on the recon, digging on the KhaVada flow and the Coronado expeditions, indigenous American flow. Or you can go crazy into the biblical flow with the Habor, and all that flow. You can go into the Keber flow, you know what I'm saying? The Eber flow. You can go into all of all the flow that they trying to bring into this Kabar, and all this Afghan flow, Khyber Pass flow, because the Khyber is the KhaVada, and they're putting the Khyber in Afghanistan, and we said who's Afghan and who's KhaVada. I mean, who's Eber, who's Kibera, who's Eber, and it's in America, boss. I can't make this stuff up. Straits of Antioch. And ain't this a gift right here? I didn't even see. I didn't even see this, boss. Tanduke. Why is Tanduke important? Who can tell me? Who could tell me, man? Raise your hand in the back of the class, man. Who could tell me why Tanduke is important? Okay, yeah, my knock in the back of the class. He said, Tanduke is Tangu. We're gonna get Prester John Legend and his sources. Tanduke is Tangu. It's another spelling of Tangu, Tangut. The same Tangu. You see how close it is to Antioch? Oh, man. Which is the same part right here. So the land of Prester John includes KhaVada and Antioch, India Superior. And Tangu, they keep putting on the other side of the Strait of Antioch, right here. The Strait of Antioch is the same little pivot point where Marco Polo's Asia meets the real Asia Major, Grand Tartaria, India Superior. And why they put Tangu on the other side of the strait? Huh. Why they put Tangu here? I mean, is it on the other side of the strait or is it right here? I mean, we keep asking because that appears to be where Genghis Khan approached Prester John for battle, according to the Swords of the East. Let's play with Google. You know, we like doing this. This is Prester 110. Let's go crazy. Let's put 10 Duke. All right. Let's put Tangu. Let's go crazy, y'all. I never did this before. Okay. Okay. Well, let's start here in Wiki. Let's just start. Don't trip. I'm getting back on my Eber jock time. I'm just talking KhaVada. And KhaVada seems to have this Tangu connection. Get the previous drops. Genghis Khan, according to the Swords of the East, went to war with Prester John and Tangu. Tangu is right here. Here by you. Tengu is right here by you. North America, Florida, Cathay, China, India Superior to the right Tengu. Or to the left Tengu. Is Tengu over here to the right? Or over here, way to the left past the Strait of Antioch? Which goes back to our original theory. I said, did Genghis Khan invade Prester John right there at the Strait of Antioch? I'm glad we got all these maps. Ain't you? Ain't you glad we got all these maps? You did this, Drop Nation. So in this case, it's British Museum 1530. According to the previous map, Tengu would be right here. Right outside the Strait of Antioch. That connects so-called Marco Polo's Asia and the New Lands. The Asia Marco Polo knew is not the same as the New Land, but it is India Superior, the land of Prester John. Did Genghis Khan invade right here at the Strait of Antioch? Good question. Tangu is Tengu. But why would they put Tengu on the other side of the map? 1548, Gastaldi. You know? That's the question. Shishir is the Tengu, Manada. Let's just put this together. The Western Shia, or Shishir, officially the Great Shia, also known as the Tengu or Tenduk Empire, or the Mi Naik Yayak to the Tangus and Tibetans, was a Tangu-led Buddhist imperial dynasty of China, right? But they can't just throw China at us no more. They can't just throw China at us no more. Because this is China. Florida, China, Florida, China, Florida, China, India Superior. Got it. Tengu. Tengu is Tenduk. Well, first of all, they're at war against Genghis Khan. So you know that's a hard hit, because anybody at war against Genghis Khan might be on our side. You know, we're talking the Kara. They got the Kara Kato. Ooh. We're talking Kara Katai or Cathay. The Kato is the Cathay. Ping pow. Let's go deeper, right? Now the Shia, as named by their own state, reconstructed as, all right, all them letters there. It says which word by word denotes to white, high, kingdom, great, white, high, great, summer, kingdom, all kinds of stuff, right? So, all right. Remember, you are the marvel. You are the marvel. You are the astonishment. They wonder at you. You are the marvel. Great. Mm. The Shishia, the Tango. Great. God. High kingdom. Oh. High. 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 I get it. High. Judah. Yeah. Yehuda. High. Yeah. High. Utah. 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 Judah. Utah. High. Boss. High. Judah high. Utah high. Western Shia high. Western Shia Judah. Body bag. I can't make this stuff up. We talking a kingdom. Great. High. And white means pure. Yeah, we talking pure. Remember I said pure. Watch how this connects for the dismount. Watch how the pure connects. We talking high. Kingdom. A high kingdom. Great high kingdom. Ooh-wee. I'm seeing more than a notion around here, man. More than a notion. Okay, so 1608, the Tangus helped the Sui, S-U-I dynasty defeat the Tuyuhun, Tuyuhun, Tuyuhun. However, they were betrayed by the Sui forces who took the chance to loot the Tangu. So we got some turncoat, treacherous Nagas still popping off. 635, they were requested to serve as guides for Emperor Taizong's campaign against Toi Yu Hung. But the Tang forces double-crossed them in a surprise attack and seized thousands of livestock. In retaliation, the Tangu attacked the Tang and killed thousands of soldiers. Okay, keep this in mind where the Tang stand, because again, when you combine the Israelite history with the biblical Hebrew or the indigenous American history, combine the biblical Hebrew history with the indigenous history with the Mongol history, and ping pow, ping, you're talking Tang. You start seeing what side were these forces against or for Genghis Khan, and you'll start seeing what side everybody's on. If they're on Genghis Khan's side, it's probably another melanated tribe that's confederate against us. If they're fighting against Genghis Khan, that's probably us as melanated people fighting against other melanated people, more and more war. I mean, this seems to be the formula as we've been investigating for nearly 10 years, man. The Tangus attacked the Tang in retaliation after the Tang forces double-crossed the Tangu. The Tangu are the Shia, alright? And the Shi are the Almec. Khan. Wow. I said, wow. I said the Shia are the Shi. Shit. Ooh, skeletons have been unearthed in pre-Columbian layers in the valley of the Pecos River that flows through Texas and New Mexico. Remember the Quivira Pass? Come on, man. Oh, man. Hijack City. Come on, Hijack City. Nobody want to hear that. We want to hear this, man. We want to hear this, man. We popping up. You surfing away with me. I'm still surfing away with you. From ancient aurajewelry.com. We're talking the Almec Shi, okay? Archaic period, parallel dynastic periods of Egypt, not Paleo-Siberians or evolving Neanderthals. So they're not Neanderthals. Evidence points to the Almec being of African ancestry. Copper colored cons. Got it. Skeletons have been unearthed in pre-Columbian, before Columbus layers in the valley of the Pecos River, Pecos, that flow through Texas and New Mexico. Remember the Afghan Pass or the Grand Quivira flow, all right? Empties into the Rio Grande in the Gulf of Mexico. Professor Houghton, a physical anthropologist, concluded, quote, the Pecos skull resemble most closely. Oh, come on, man. It's getting good. The Pecos skull resemble most closely a crania of Negro groups coming from Africa. Dodger on hijacks. Dodger on hijacks, where we know the copper colored race is found here, is the American. Okay. And the Olmecs are already here. The copper colored race is found here. They want to tell you where you're coming from, but you're the biggest mystery to these people. We're Negroes, commonly have some perceptible infusion of Hamitic blood. Yeah, they want to make you Hamites now from Africa. Professor Houghton refers to Hamitic blood. Hamitic blood is the blood of the Negroid, since Ham, Shemites were of the dark seed, which were forbidden to interbreed with the Canaanites. How do you say Ham and Shemites in parentheses? So you see, we got a Dodger on hijacks. I just want you to know that the Olmecs are the Shi. The Olmecs are the Shi. Yeah, Genghis Khan went to war against the Olmecs. You see clearly now, the biggest world war you never heard of. Where are the Olmecs? Where are the Olmecs? They disappeared like the whole Khan. Got it. Or were they a part of the greatest world war you never heard of? Where are the Tangu? Where's Genghis Khan in there? Oh, we're just talking about King Charles and them now. Charles, you boy. Questions, man. Questions. So the Shia or the Tangu are the Olmec. We just surfing our way. You dig? In Asia. in Asia. The Western Shia occupied the area around the Hexi Corridor, a stretch of the Silk Road. We're talking Anion, talking the Strait of Anion, the most important trade routes between northern China and Central Asia. The most important trade route, by now. Ping pow. Can't get around Prester. Can't front on India's superior boss. Mexico. Yucatan. Choctaw. Yeah, we still talking Choctaw, don't trip. Because Choctaw, there ain't no J, is the Yucatan. Is the Mexica, Mexico. Yeah. The Mexica is the Choctaw Naga, is the Iberu, is the Hebrew, is the Khan of China or Kana, the Amaru Khan, the American, the Amari is the Makir Amari. You know what I'm saying? Is the Amaru Khan. Not the Amarako, not the Amerigo Vespucci, the Amari, the Amari. We're talking Kalelus. Yep. We're talking high. Talking Judah. Western Shia. We're talking Silk Road. We're talking Antioch. Okay. Remember the Tang forces double-crossed the Naga, right? Remember the Tang forces double-crossed the Naga. I'm just going to get a couple things quick. We're talking Cathay. All right. Sejong died 886 and was succeeded by his brothers Sejong 905, led Kyong's independent regime, allied with the Khitans. Okay. Khitans, the Khitan people, historic nomadic people from Northeast Asia. Where's Asia, both? These Khitans get their name from Cathay, Katai, Kara Katai, Black Cathay, because Kara means black in Turkey. They say Kara means to read in Hebrew. Okay. The Khitan people are the people of Cathay, Managa. And the people of Cathay are you. In Kateo, they changed the C's to K's and K's to C. Katai, Kateo. Or Cathnis. X marks the spot. Wisdom is the conqueror. Fortune, Managa. All that Russia, and is named after Rus. In Cathay. In Cathnis. The Olmec are the she. You know what the Olmec head looks like. Okay. So they made this alliance with the Khitans, you know, Cathay Nagas right here in India Superior, inhabiting an area corresponding to parts of modern Mongolia. Right, where's that? Where's the Northeast China? Where's China? And the Russian Far East. Where is the Russian Far East? And who? Who are the Rus? The roots are the truth, man. The truth is you. Israel. All this Mongol flow has to do with Israel. And all of it has to do with America. That's why you can combine the American history, Mongol history, and biblical Hebrew history. Let's go. Let's go. I'm out of here, boss. I'm out of here, baby. We're talking Arab. Okay, let's go. Hi, Arab proper. Got it. Jogton in Arabic literature bears the name Katan. Uh-oh. So Yucatan is Katan. Katai is Katan. Russian Far East, right? As a people descended from the Proto-Mongols. Mongol means gray ones. Through the Xianbin, Catan spoke the now extinct Catan language. I wonder why it's extinct, boss. Proto-Mongolic language. Mongol means great ones. Catan people founded and led the Leo Dynasty. So this is all Hebrews, this Leo Dynasty. We got to dig on it because Managa, this is Hebrews. We're talking the Catan Empire. Lao. Great Lao. And look at it, man. 916 to 1125, right in the hardbone of the Yellow Dashi flow. Right in the hardbone, man, of this Prester flow, man. So all this is happening, right? The Yellow clan of the Catan people back to the Yellow Dashi flow. Founded around the time of the collapse of the Tang Dynasty. Why? Because they were at war with the Tang. But who was the Tang making alliances with? Who made alliances with the Tang? Just remember I asked you that. Who made alliances with the Tang? Yeah, we're cutting through Chinese dynastic history, right? Lao Dynasty, Tang Dynasty, Jin Dynasty, Chen Dynasty. Remember the Ger drop? Who remembers the Ger drop? Who remembers the Ger drop? Let me slow down. Oh yeah, okay. The land of Prester John. Catan. Jogton is Catan. Okay, fall back. That was just the intro. We're talking to Gurchin. Many Catans follow Yellow Dashi after the fall of the Lao Dynasty, which we just established. They was already rocking. This is the Tang Go. The Lao is the Catan. The Catan, after the fall of the Catan, right, 1125, following the Gurchin invasion, many Catans follow Yellow Dashi's group westward to establish the Kara, this time with a Q, Kara Katai, And again, the Katai is the Cathay. And this is why you see the Cathay on the maps. Kara Katai or Kara Katai with a Q or K, also known as the Western Lao. Officially, the Great Lao was a Sinicized dynastic regime based in Central Asia, ruled by the Khitan Yellow clan. The Kara Katai is considered by historians to be an orthodox dynasty of China, as is the case for its predecessor. Yeah, we getting there. Which lasted nearly a century before falling to Mongol Empire in 1218. The Mongol Empire represents the Genghis Khan invasion and the Prester getting rolled up on in 1202 in Tangu. Other regimes founded by the Khitans include Northern Lao, Eastern Lao, later Lao in China, as well as the Kutlu Kannad dynasty, Qutlugh, in Persia, the modern-day Daur people, a recognized minority ethnic group. Minority ethnic. Must be some Nagas in northeast China. Genetic descendants of Khitans, the historical name for China, Cathay, derives from the word Khitan, man. It's like I've been telling you now. Oh, man. All right. It's right there, man. All right there in Wikipedia. Historical name for China, Cathay, originates from the word Khitan. Khitan, this is Kara Khitan, Cathay, which means pure land, promised land. Pure land, promised land, Khitan. Calfness, right? Calfness, right? Khitan, calfness. Huh? Huh? We're talking Arab proper, right? But who's the Gur? The Jin dynasty, Jin state, Gur Chin, because Chin is Jin. There ain't no J, there ain't no J, there ain't no J. If Jin is Chin, then Chin is Khan. Chan, Khan. You're just talking about the Khan dynasty, called the Jin, or Gur with this Jur, which could also be a Gur, otherwise known as the Great Jinn. Right now they became Jinn, like angels or dragons with fire, which the Jinn is the Chin and the Chin is the Khan. You're talking about the imperial dynasty of Kana or China. China's in North America, boss. China's in North America, boss. China's in North America, boss. That existed between 1115 and 1234. Its name is sometimes written as Ken. Uh-oh. So China is also Kenna. Like I said, with a hard K instead of a CH, it would be a K, Ken, Kenna, or Ken, or Khan. Gurchin, Jin, or Ken is all the same Jin. It's also Ken. Now we could get into the Kenites and the Medianites and the mixed multitude of Abyssinia. Moses with the Medianites and the Kenites. Yeah. Or we could just be talking about the Khan, right? Ken, Khan, Chin, all that. All that. And later we're going to go deeper into the Han flow. Let's just get to the bottom. This is after spending centuries as vassals of Jin, the Mongols invaded under Genghis Khan. So vassals of the Jin means that they were vassals of the Khan, not any Khan. This is the great Khan of China or Canna or Jin. The China is the Jin. The Jin is the Kin. The Kin is the Khan. Khan, Cathay is the Katai. Katai is the Pure Land Promised Land. Is India superior? Is Japan? Is China? Let's go. Have you ever cut through the Mongol history like this, Manaka? The Chinese history, the Russian history, the indigenous American history, and the biblical Hebrew history all at the same damn time? Well, this is Prester 110. 110 installments of the Prester John series, man. Hey, call me Hanno. Let's get it, man. We just getting started, man. It's Prester 110. We out of here, man. Hijack free, you know what I'm saying? Imperial dynasty of China that existed between 1115 and 1235. Its name is sometimes written as Kin. Chen, 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 Chen. Got you. Interesting, right? What's the Gur? I ain't talking Tony the Tiger, man. What's the Gur? All right. Back to medieval empire, the Israelites. So, okay. With the arrival of Islam on these lands, 7 representatives of the Jews who lived in Gur, headed by their leader Kish, appealed to the Prophet Muhammad. What does the Gur, province of Gur, have to do with it anyway? Afghan is a Benjamite. We still talking Israel. Gur Chen is the Jin, but the Gur is the Gur, center of the Afghan or the Benjamites. And then being rolled up on and invaded by Genghis Khan. Talking to Gur. Or is this Gur Chen representing, this Muhammad flow, which is also representing to an extent this Genghis Khan flow? Let's go. Questions, huh? Arab al-Rashid, man. What do these Rashids got to do with it, man? These are Benjamites, right? Gurchin, Katan. We got to the Jins, to the Katans, from the Western Shias, or the Tangus. They're beefing with the Tangs. You start following this and it lines up with biblical history, but not. In the winter 1039, 1040, Jingzong laid siege to Yangzhou, now Yana. I mean, what has it got to do with John? Yanan, Yananan, all John. All right, the prefect of Yanzhou, Fan Yong, gave contradictory orders to his military deputy Louis Ping, making him move his forces in random directions until they were defeated by the Xie forces. Or the army. Okay. You see how much history we gotta cover? We still talking Tango. We still talking Tango. Still talking Almec or Shia. The Song Dynasty, we gotta dig on that, continued to campaign against the Shia. So they were against the Shia. So who was against the Shia? The Song Dynasty, the Tang Dynasty, the Mongols in general under Genghis Khan. All right. I mean, I'm going quickly, but you see how we could slow this down and get to Prester 210 just digging on the Mongol history alone. Whew. 1206. Okay, this is good. This is a good spot to belly flop. The 17-year-old Chong Yao succeeded his father, Emperor Renzing of Western Xia as empire, posthumously Emperor Huang or Wan Zong of Western Xia, little besides the rise of Temujin. Temujin is Genghis Khan. All right. Khan. So the rise of Genghis Khan and his conflict with the Shia. What does Genghis Khan? Why is he beefing with the Shia at the same time as he's beefing with Prester John? I can't make this up. Prester John, also known as Tagru. These are titles. Or Wang Khan was the name given to Tagru by the Gurchin led Jin, Chen, Qin, Khan dynasty of China. Wang means king, right? Or prince. But Israel, you've gone a long time without a prince or a king. So this is new to you, right? During the 13th century, 1200s, Tagru was one of several Asian leaders who was identified with the legend of Prester John. Where's Asia, boss? But also King David. You thought I was making this up, connecting Prester John with King David? We went all around, got past 2 hours, 110 installments of Prester John, and we're still running into the easy layup of them connecting Prester John with King David, with them connecting the Gur and the Gurchin Khan Kin, China, Cathay. Tagru is the Wang Khan or the Han. Now you got to dig on the Han dynasty. We talked about the Song dynasty, the Tang dynasty, the Shia dynasty, the Karakatai. Now we can talk Han, which is the Khan. The Karakatai and the Han are one and the same. Because Wang Han was the Khan of the Karites. Last drop, we got the Karites and how they still practice Kariism today. Yeah, go get that drop, man. We put it up. All right, so they're still rocking with the Karism. The Karism is how they're trying to keep the code. And according to the Karites, even today, they don't rock with no Talmud or no oral, none of that stuff. They rock with the scriptures. They rock with the books of Moshe. Wong Kong Prester John, right? Also known as Tagru, identified with Prester John. Yeah, Nestorian, old king renowned for wisdom. And you can't separate the Tangu or Tenduk. You can't separate the Tenduk from the Tangu. You can't separate the Tangu from the Shia. You can't separate the Shia from the Olmec, Aztec, Sylvanus to Texas, Israelite flow. Now you see Genghis Khan is going to war against Wong Khan. We're talking 1202 when it all went up. We're also talking about King David. And last time that I checked, we were searching for HaWah and King David, right? So how you searching for King David and you ain't searching for the Prester? We on Prester 110, all praise HaWah. You gotta dig on the Jins and the Kins and the Gurchins. You gotta dig on the Tangs and the Songs and the Hans. The Mongol flow gotta connect with the Hebrew biblical flow, and that does connect with India Superior. Right, our Facebook, or the American indigenous Naga found here by the European. King David, man, is Prester John, right? Exilarch David Sauceland. We're going to dig on this Sauceland title for the dismount. This David Sauceland is the son of Raja Hiraja Chola II Jadaron, Emperor of Soli, Prester John, the Pantheon. And these are tribes of India Superior. So now you can connect the Raja Hiraja Chola Jadaron India Superior flow directly with the Chinese Mongol flow. All the histories unite to form one history that they've created phantoms and duplications out of, man. And told you from Africa, my naga. Told you that the Prester is in Ethiopia. Nah, boss, we're talking about Abyssinia. Talking Tangu? Okay. King David is Prester John. Or in Jenny, they'll just say David the First. King of Robati, Gani Mani. Back to the David Rubini. Husband of Hannah, father of Hannah. Prester John, husband of Hannah, father of Hannah. 1195, huh? 1200, huh? Yeah, we're talking David. So more and more validation. We're talking about the same people. The legend of Prester John, also King David, a brother to John. There's no credible proof that he was Christian. Can we get this bigger? Can we get this bigger, man? There's no credible proof that he was a Christian. Okay, so cut it out. Stop the hijack, calling him a Christian king, Christian king, Christian king. He is a Hebrew priest king, anointed by the Creator with the holy oil. Yeah, an historian, old king renowned for wisdom, original teachings, man, not their hogwash wingwag. abducted at an early age by the Tatars. So we in Grand Tartarian. Now you see how the story starts to unfold. Here we go, Gurkhan. Whoa. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, boss. Uh-oh, boss. They were just talking about Jurchens, right? Hold up. Let's not get too fancy. I can't make this up with the Tangu. I can't make it up with the Lao Dynasty. We're just talking the Katans, right? Ooh, how far do we go, man? We popping off, man. For real. All right. And we got mass with this Tibet, right, in America as well, right next to India Superior as well. Katan, Katan, Yaha, John. 1122, the Gurchen dynasty took the south capital of the Lao dynasty, or the Katans, and the remaining Katans fled in two groups to the west. One group, led by Zhao Gan, fled to Shia, where they set up short-lived Shia dynasty. Naga, I can't make this stuff up. Olmec, it's Olmec flow. It's the Olmec history they ain't gonna give us, man. She. Now we could pop off a yellow dashi in there. The Gurchens took the capital of the Khatan flow. So who's the Gur, right? Who's the Gur? Oh man, let me slow it down. Who's the Gur? Before we get back on our jog time flow. Who's the Tangu? Now they throwing the Gur title with the G, right? Before it was a J. And I told y'all, the Gur is the Gur, right? And we go in this $1,000 book, and they're saying about the Gur. What do they say about the Gur? 400 years later, during the troubles in Israel, the Afghan or Benjamite family resettled in the province of Gur. Birdman hand rub. So whatever's happening on with these Gur Khans, I mean, this is a real family war. Even in the Bible, right, you got northern tribe warring against the southern tribe of Israel at times. You got Judah on Judah. You got David on David. All kinds of Israel on Israel happening. You definitely got more on more with all these other tribes, with the Moabites and all this Ammon stuff. So, and you got this Gur flow connected with Muhammad in there. Seven representatives of the Jews who lived in Gur, headed by their leader KISH, appealed to the Prophet Muhammad. That's how KISH got his name, Arab al-Rashid. Got it. Let's go. We out of here. So the Gur Khan is the Gur Chan with the Jurchen. Alright. Is the jinn to an extent. You know what I'm saying? But there's different tribes of these jinn. There's different tribes of these Khans. If the jinn is the kin is the Khan, and there's different tribes of the jinn. Just because you're in a jinn dynasty doesn't mean that they're all rocking together. Alright, so the Gur is the Gur. Togrul or Prester John's success was brief because his uncle, only known with the title Gur Chan, overthrew him. Togrul fled with his daughter and a handful of faithful. He tried to get the help of the Merkites. Who's the Merkites, man? Gotta dig on it. One of the 5 major tribal confederations in the Khan League, LIG, of probably Mongol or Turkic origin. Okay, 12th century, 1100s. So he tried to get the help of these Merkites to overthrow Gur Khan in turn, but the leader, Toktoa Bika, refused, despite the fact that Togrul or Prester offered him his daughter because the Cariates were very numerous. Being unsuccessful, Togrul went to see the father of Temujin, Yesugi. Now they say that Prester and Yesugi were like blood brothers, like not actually related by blood, but they were sworn protectors of each other. And that's where Genghis Khan comes in. He was like the grandson or foster son or stepson of Prester, you know what I'm saying? Because Prester was cool with his pops like that. He was locked in, he was linked in with Genghis' dad, Prester, you know what I'm saying? So he was almost sworn to protect Genghis as well. But Genghis wanted the Khan. He wanted the daughters of David to marry. He chose to help Togrul because he had previously fought a battle with the Cariates against the Tartars. We're talking Yesugui. The Cariates were surprised when Yesugui attacked without having time to prepare. Despite the fact that the Cariates were much more numerous, their forces were dispersed throughout central Mongolia. Togrul resumed the command of the Cariates, and Gur Khan fled. We're talking Tangu, right? So Togrul was like Jamuka, blood brother of Temujin. Who's Jamuka? Don't that sound like Jamaica? Blood brother of Genghis Khan? But Jamuka sided with Togrul or Prester John in the war. So even though Jamuka was blood brother of Genghis, he still was on Prester's side, man. He still sided with the Prester. He led the coalition against Merkites when Temujin's wife Borti was abducted in 1183, joined by his brother Jaka, Gambu, Jamuka, and Temujin. 2 of the tribal chiefs, Dar Usan and Toktoa, fled the camp, probably informed by people who had seen the army move. The coalition easily won the fight that followed, and about 300 Merkite perished. The chiefs distributed the booty themselves and gave the Turkic wives to the warriors. The children became slaves. Borti was found later in the evening. Togrul returned to the Kara camp with his men, proud of an easy victory, Temujin intended to attack the Tartar Confederation, who had long caused his problems, including the murder of his father. As for help from Togrul or Prester in 1194, or King David, he willingly accepted, still satisfied with the victory he had before. Togrul's grandfather, for Prester John David's grandfather, is Marcus Baruch. Baruch means what? Blessed, right? Baruch, right? Marcus Baruch. So before we're talking Marcus Aurelius, man, we're talking about the Marcus Baruch Khan. Had also been assassinated by the Tartar, so he was a martyr, which gave him a similar reason to fight them. He joined Temujin with a few thousand Carians. The Gurchin, the Mongolic tribe, were also invited. Sounds like the Kumse trying to get everybody together, but declined the offer because they were somewhat hostile with the Borjigin tribe. Now, what is this Borjigin tribe? We'll get it. We'll get it. I mean, what's this got to do with the Bragantonian, the Bragantonian dynasty, the Bragantine dynasty, the Byzantine flow? We'll get it, right? So, Togrul's grandfather, Marcus Baruch Khan, he was assassinated by the Tartar, which gave him a similar reason to fight. Then he joined Temujin with a few thousand Carians, the Gurchan, the Mongol tribe, Mongolic tribes, the Gurkin, the Gur, the Gur, the Gur. The Gur was also tribed up with who? Yeah, 7 representatives of the Jews who lived in Gur, headed by their leader KISH, appealed to the Prophet Muhammad. So they rocking with the Prophet Muhammad. That's why the Gur, who was invited, because they were Benjamin, they declined the offer because they were hostile with the Borjigin tribe, which had to be Israelites as well. Right? They eventually found allies in Wang Yang Jiang. Minister Emperor Zhangzong of Gurchin led the Jin dynasty of China. The Tatars were considered by the Gurchins to be harmful, and the opportunity was perfect to exterminate them. When the combined forces of Togrul and Genghis Khan attacked the Tatars, they were caught in a vice of the Gurchin warriors behind them, easily encircled the enemy tribe. The men were slaughtered, the women were taken as concubines, and the children were adopted or became servants and slaves. Some thousands of Tatars who had resisted and then encamped entrenched themselves. This was the time when he was given the name Wang, which means king, like John. Wang. Khan, which means priest. Priest king or King Khan. Is the King Kong franchise all about Prester John, Wang Khan, or King Khan? And remember, he's chilling on his own land. He's chilling, he's good. He gets a wake-up call of chaos, and then they try to trap him, right? Because he's a titan, right? So later that year, he was overthrown by Kara, whom he had not been able to assassinate and return with the name and army. Boss. Many Carians were dissatisfied with the command, and Togrul probably also helped to drive Togrul out. So the haters, the turncoat Nagas, the treaty-making Nagas, turned their back on the Prester because they were dissatisfied with the command. He fled to Yellow Zelugu without even going to seek the help of Temujin. He stayed there a year according to the secret history. It was after leaving the Karakatai or Cathay that he finally decided to join Genghis Khan. So this is all pre-beef, pre-war. with Genghis Khan. This is when Prester and Genghis were still rocking together against other opposing, other opposition, right? So what happened, right? Now check it. According to Rashid al-Din, whoa, statesman, historian, physician, he was born 1247 into a Persian Jewish family. In other words, he's an Israelite. He's a Rashid Banaga. He's a Benjamite Banaga. Because Kish, father of Saul, is a Benjamite, right? He would have reached Genghis Khan's encampment 1196. Togrul became his guest for about 2 years. Prester was his guest for 2 years? Okay. I mean, by now you see how amazing this history is, putting it together. Now, we came over here because they were talking about 1202, 1203, all right? 1201, Jamaica had resumed hostilities against Genghis Khan, Temujin. And impressive, so Jamaica, even though he was a blood brother of Genghis, wasn't rocking with Genghis. An impressive coalition of Mongol tribes of Taquid, Ikaris, Korolas, Salajuk, Dorbet, Sodus, Katajin, Masud, Merkid, Orat, and finally Tatar recognized Jamaica as Khan Universal. This is 1201. Gurkhan means Khan Universal. Even though these Gurs with the Kish flow switched over to the Muhammad flow, right? Togrul decided to back Temujin. So in 1201, all right, this is how recent all this stuff is happening. Genghis backs, Prester John backs Genghis Khan in order to oppose growing power of Jamaica. All right. Togrul, Jaka, Gamba, and Temujin went into the valley called Karolid Valley with 15,000 men. When they saw the enemy, they climbed the mountains because they were short-handed against the enemy. It was also when Baruch Khan, remember Marcus Baruch Khan, joined Jamaica. Togrul and Temujin fought a defensive battle, which was very difficult and perilous. Torrential rain made the rolling hills and mountains men fell from the top to finish in crevices and ravines. After the enemy had withdrawn his forces, Togrul left to return to Tula River. Now this connects with the indigenous flow because there's a lot coming out the Toulon flow, and the annals of the Chickamauga, or all the Mayan Quiche flow, the Toulon River and the Toulon, all that stuff. There's a lot of Tula flow, right? Or the annals of the Cockchaquois is what I meant. So Temujin took advantage of the flight of his enemies to finish several on horseback. Targutai was reportedly wounded to death as a result of the fight. Jamaica had fared badly during the first attack, and Baruch Khan took command of his armies in 1202. Listen up, Managa. Temujin took the initiative to make a massacre among the Tatar, which dramatically reduced their numbers. Genghis and Togrul returned to the mountains. So they're still rocking together in 1202. But this time in the southern portion and faced the newly commanded Kuku Gudins, Kuchugudens, his men among them were Merket, South Naaman. So part of the story is that Prester fled into the Naaman, and maybe he died because of some Naaman friendly fire or something like that. They got the Orates, or the Oirats, and tribes following Jamaica. So 6 tribes had left Jamaica, and there were only 4. Again, steep slopes, trees, and various natural obstacles greatly slowed down the enemies of Togrul and Temujin, and the fight gradually grew favorable. So they're still rocking side by side in 1202. But what happened, man? What happened that turned this, togetherness into straight up war, right? So Taghrul became very old in 1203. He was more than 70 years old and did not have the same reflexes as in his youth. His son Ilga Sen-Gum took command of the Kariat armies, and Taghrul became a figurehead. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Pay attention. Ambiguous Ilga joined forces with Jamuk. So this is one of Prester's sons, turncoat Nagas, joined forces with Jamuka Altan Kutkar, Qutchar, who persuaded him to eliminate Temujin or Genghis Khan. Ilga attempted to assassinate him, failed, and then confronted the hordes of Genghis Khan Temujin in a fierce battle in which he was wounded. Taghrul was present and assumed command, but he was more or less unable to fight himself, given his advanced age, and withdrew his men from the fight. Some of the Karis joined the forces with Temujin during and after his battle. After this battle, which was called the Battle of the Burning Sands, Temujin received the help of the Kongorats, who had confronted him during the first battle of Karolin and then fled to Jamuka. Taghrul and Ilga, however, were still more numerous. Listen up, because this is your history. All right. Temujin sent ambassadors to demand peace as he wished to renew his friendship with Taghrul. So Genghis Khan wanted to renew his friendship with Prester John King David. Ilga, his son, now choosing for his father, rejected the request. Other tribes joined Temujin during that year. He was then in possession of 11 tribes, which formed a third of the whole population of the Mongolia. This is Israel. Mongol means great ones. Let's go. As the enemy increased in number, Jamuka or Jamaica, Kutkar, Altan conspired against Prester John. Psalms 83, all right? But eventually left the Kari to take refuge with the Naimans. So now he's taking refuge with the Naimans. Okay. But eventually left the Kari to take refuge with the Naimans. Of the north, the Tayukut, Dorbet, Katajin, and Salajut followed them. Right? It's a more and more war. He died after Temujin attacked the Karyats by surprise. So, who died? We're talking Taghrul or who? Let's see. Ilga. Okay. Ilga was in possession of the 11 tribes. Gotcha. He died. So Prester's son died after Temujin attacked the Karyats. 8,000 Mongol horsemen faced Karyats for 3 days, but eventually Karyat surrendered. Taghrul fled to Tayang Khan, Tayang, but was killed by a Naiman soldier. So I don't think this was Raja Hiraja Chola II Jadaram Prester John, because many sources really point to this being David the Sixth, Sauls, that might have been killed during this situation before 1302. He's the Exilarch David. Was he killed by Naimans? Those were supposed to be the the homies, right? So was he killed by friendly fire? The majority of the Karians allied themselves with Genghis Khan, so a lot of Nagas went turncoat and rocked with Genghis. After this, Togru's head was later noticed by Taiyang, who was panicked and then stepped on it, crushing it. I mean, did that really happen, or is that conjecture, man? I don't rock with that. But let's go. He was married to a Khatan or Cathay woman, had at least 2 sons, right? Ilgal and Yuku and Ilga. Starting from 15th century, Torgut nobles claimed descent from Tagru. Guardsmen, Chinese guardsmen, one of the 4 major subgroups of the 4 Oirats, Oirats. The Torgut nobles trace its descent to the Kariat ruler Toril, or also many Talguts descend from the Kariats. Okay. Or King David, right? But also King David, Prester John, Tagru. So again, 1203, all this is going down. Okay, let's go quickly. We got the Tengu popping off. 1203. Invasion. Tagru was defeated by Temujin. After all that side-by-side stuff, Tagru's son Nilka Tengun fled through Tengu territory, and although the Tengus refused to provide him with refuge, and he raided their territory, Genghis Khan used this as a pretext to raid Western Shia. Oh my God. The resulting attack in 1205 caused one local Tengu noble to defect to the Mongols, switching sides, the plundering of several fortified settlements or kingdoms, and loss of livestock. 1206, Temujin was formally proclaimed Genghis Khan. So now this is when he got the title Khan, right? He stole the Khan. He's not the real Khan. He stole the Khan from King David. Rulers of all Mongols, marking the official start of the Mongol Empire. So these Mongols are not the Karakatai, Khatan, Tangu, all that. These Mongols, this great empire is coming up after the fall of King David. All prophesied in terms of, Israel falling, all that, right? Khan flow, all that. Okay. 1207, Genghis Khan led another raid into the western Shia, invading Ordos Loop and sacking Waluha, main garrison along the Yellow River. Before withdrawing in the spring of 1208, the Tangus tried to form a united front. They tried to tribe up with the Khan Jin dynasty against the Mongols, but the usurper monarch Wang Yangji refused to cooperate. They could not tribe up. Like the Combs say, turncoat, treacherous Nagas, backstabbing Nagas ain't nothing new. Declared that it was their advantage that the enemies attack one another, divide and conquer. And the story continues. But we're talking King David now. This is where you pick up King David, or the fall of King David and the rise of Genghis Khan, who stole the title Khan and the title David and the title Prester. and started popping off, in his con journey. You know what I'm saying? So, okay. We'll get back into the Quarryism. The Quarryism is what they would call the Karaism today. The Karaism, right? Today it will be Karaism. Yesterday it was Quarryism. Especially when you got into the Genghis Khan flow. Karaism, spelled with a Q or K. They say Hebrew Kara to read. Religious movement, repudiated oral tradition as the divine law, defended the Hebrew Bible as the sole authentic font of religious doctrine and practice, dismissed the Talmud as man-made law substantiated for the God-given Torah. So they're supposed to be code keepers defending the Hebrew scriptures, defending the Torah against the Talmud. That's Kara. That's what they're supposed to be doing even to this day. But they hijacked the title, right? Karaism with a Q or K. So the Tangus continued to defy the Mongols by refusing to send a hostage prince to the Mongol court. They weren't messing with Genghis after defeating Khwarizm 1221. Khwarizm. Genghis Khan prepared his enemies to punish the Shi. First, they had to defeat the Khwarizm, and the original Khwarizm is the original Kharism today. It was the original. This is the duplication. Kharism, defending the Hebrew scriptures, right? Defending the Torah. That's supposed to be what a Kharid does. Kharid. But Genghis Khan, Temujin went to war against the Kharids, right? Kharism. Punished the Western Shia, which are the Tangu, which are the Tandu. Tanduk, the Tangu Khan. The Tanduk, the Tangu. 450 years after the destruction of the Tangu Empire, the kingdom of Tanduk or Tangu, one of the same, was still shown on some European maps. Oh, we getting mappy. That's funny. Because in 1548, Tangu is still on the map in North America. Canada. Tanduk's on the map. Tangu's on the map. 1548. Tangu, according to the Swords of the East, one more time, the failure of the envoys he had sent to Prester, we're talking Genghis Khan, to Prester John to return had decided Genghis Khan that war with the Kharids, right? We just read it. Genghis Khan went to war against the Kharids, Tangu, Shishir, all right? Genghis Khan went to war against the Shishir, Khan. Was unavoidable. The master of the horde, once his mind was made up, had moved at once towards Tangut. Tangut. Following the northern edge of the sandy desert where his horses could find grazing, Genghis Khan had sent ship Noyon to the well to find Bertha and bring the gypsy girl to him. He trusts me, said the tiger moodily, although I am a Karai, but it is not fitting that I should command a Tuman in the coming battle between Prester John and Genghis Khan. I do not understand why my people have taken up the sword. How did the messengers from the three rivers perish? Why did Jamuka take his stand beside Prester John? To venture in the camp of Jamuka's army after her would be to search for one grain of sand in the desert. Their only recourse was to seek an audience with Prester John of the Christians. No, we just got that he ain't no Christian. In the castle of Tangu, and to put their case before him, since he alone had the power to overrule Jamuka. So we get Jamuka over here, Jamuka over there. He explained this to Chip Noin, who was only half convinced. Yet in the time of my father Mingan and his father, no one of our village has seen the face of Prester John. He has lived for 12 times 100 years. 1,200 years, man. He is a magician. Well, they've been searching for a long time. 500 years at least, these Portuguese. And what's this got to do with Tangu? Vasco da Gama searching for Prester John in India's period. What's it got to do with Tangu? What does Tangu have to do with everything, man? Going to war with Genghis Khan. These are the Shia, right? These are the Ahmed Khan. Yeah. The Tangu people, according to William of Rubik, were tall but swarthy Nagas. That means dark skin, right? The Tangus were valiant and had big, swarthy men among them. So we're just talking Tangus, swarthy, dark skin, copper colored cons, Almec, Shia, Tangu, Khan. Let's go quickly for the dismount. Best dismount of all time, I not. So the Tangu or the Tanduke. Got it. Tangu. Tanduke. Yeah, we're talking about the originals. The Tangu. That means we're talking about the what? Shishia. Originals. X marks the spot. All Mecca. How did they get hijacked? What is this Mohammedan flow? What is this Rashid flow got to do with it? Simon of San Quentin. History of the Tartars. Belly Flout quickly in a legend and sources Prester John by Keegan Brewer. Battle up. We in battle time. Like John de Plano Carpini, Simon de San Quentin was a missionary sent by Pope Innocent the fifth or fourth to convert the Mongols. So it couldn't be no Christians. if they're getting converted, right? The Mongol Khan Baju was greatly offended at the proposition and demanded that the Pope come to Mongolia and submit to him as emperor of the entire earth plane, man. So they weren't playing around with this hijacked Pope. They said, man, you come over here, you submit to me as the emperor of the entire earth, man, right? Emperado. The great Khan ordered the execution of Simon, his fellow missionaries, 3 times, but Mongol reverence towards religious personnel seemed to have saved him. In this account, Simon attempted to besmirch the moral character because the great Khan ordered his execution. So he wanted to besmirch the moral character of the Mongols by alleging that they had killed their Lord King David, son of Prester John. Back to the Raja flow, son of Raja David Sauls, right? So Simon's account is only preserved in the Encyclopedia Vincent of Beauvais, Beauvais, from which it is intercepted below. And we pick it up right here. On the killing of David, king of India, superior, by the Tatar, Genghis Khan and them. Same year, 1202, right? Genghis Khan hijack, here we go. In the year of their Lord, 1202, according to some, the Tartars, after killing their lord, departed to destroy peoples. Indeed, these men lived up till then in their own land, namely Tartaria. Again, this letter is a real letter from the 1240s from Simon of St. Quentin, History of the Tatars and the Legend and Sources, Prester John book by Keegan Brewer, Crusade Text 27. Right? How did King David or David Saulsling get killed? Because he's the son of the Prester, right? King David, namely the son of once Lord and Emperor of India, Prester John, and cunningly plotted against him. They killed him. According before this, from ancient times, Tartaria was subject to the king of India, and up to the time calmly and peacefully paid him the tribute. So he was getting the tribute, King David. When the aforesaid king asked for the customary tribute from them, he also ordered that some of them submit themselves to compulsory service, either in the arms or in work. They had to put the work in for the kingdom, right? They began complaining at this offense from the hand of their Lord because they wanted to be their own kings, right? And took counsel whether to simply obey him or to withstand him as much as possible. However, one of them, by the name of Genghis Khan, who seemed more sagacious and venerable, gave counsel that they opposed the king's order, and they all unanimously rose against him, David, and killed him, and whoever they could find of his men. This is 1202, 1203, my naga. Remember, swords of the east, they rode up on him in Tangul. Right? However, one man stands above them all, holding the position of Lord or Khan, that is, emperor or king. All men are required to be obedient to him in all things until the day of their death. Everyone approved of this counsel harmoniously, and they chose him and his successors to be Lord. This is when his tribe, Genghis' tribe, chose him as Lord, as Khan. They invaded the land, I'm belly flopping. They invaded the land of their Lord simultaneously from two directions, right? So we're talking Tangul, Strait of Antioch for the dismount, and completely saturated with a diffusion of blood. But King David, hearing of their unexpected coming and being in no way strong enough to resist them, when he tried to flee from one section of the army, he was prevented and besieged by the other, and at length he was cut to pieces limb by limb, along with his whole family, except for one daughter, namely the surviving daughter which Genghis Khan took to wife. Remember, Get back in the story. Genghis Khan asked Prester John for his daughter. Prester said, hell no, you ain't no David. How you gonna ask all this? I took you in, boy. Huh? I knew your daddy, but you ain't no David. Genghis Khan got offended. They went to war. Genghis Khan, according to this letter, chopped up everybody in the family of King David. The son of Prester took his wife, or took his daughter for wife. All right? Okay. Rabbanata was a Christian monk, but however, in the story, that means connected to an old king, right? Renowned for wisdom. He was King David's familiar when he was alive and perhaps his counselor at some point. Okay. Let's get the small print right quick. The story Genghis Khan taking to wife one of Prester John's daughters becomes common from this point on and is only slightly off the mark if we identify Prester John here as Tugrawal. We just got that, which is convincing given the story. Then the story of the daughter being taken to wife must refer to Sorghum Kantani Becky. Sorghaghtani, Becky, Beki, youngest daughter of Toghrul's younger brother, who is married off to Genghis Khan's son Tolu, Tolui. She was in the story and later became one of the most influential Akwas women in the Mongol political structure, as well as becoming mother of the later Khans, Manki, which we got on the map, Mangi or Mangu, Halugi, Arik, Bok, and Kublai, right? Manki, Mankika, right by Cathay as Mangi. C's and G's are interchangeable. Manki, look at all that land for Manki, right? On the death of King David, he was summoned by David's daughter, the wife of Genghis Khan, on that same pretext of his friendship with her father long ago. And because he was a Christian, we're talking Hebrews, he was made her counselor and confessor, and he was made familiar to the Tartars, with him being in such a position only for as long as she was alive with the permissions of Genghis Khan. But when she died, the monk Rabbanata was made foreign to the Tartars and withdrew from them. However, this Rabbanata, when he was involved with the daughter of King David, he was involved with the full court, and he had learned many things about the councils and acts of the Tartars. And so, Afghan being in the court of David, was he in the court of David Sauls or Prester John personally, right? I'm thinking the original David. So this book is flooded with these great letters of the 1200s discussing David as Prester John. And so after King David with all his men had been killed by the Tartars and had been discussed, as has been discussed earlier, Genghis Khan and the other Tartars boasting about these shameful acts perpetrated in the above manner, they raged with madness to such a state of pride that by the devil's instigation they conceived in their minds to subjugate the whole world little by little to their dominion. So all this spread out after the war with Prester John, King David, man. Genghis Khan popped off after that as far as subjugating the whole world and major world conqueror, because he conquered India Superior first, as they had done to the land of their Lord, for roused by the victories they had obtained over the Indies with God's permission, right? The sins of King David and his people driving it, they kept the strong and warlike young men with them and reduced them to servitude and began little by little to invade and conquer the surrounding regions. Is Genghis Khan Nebuchadnezzar that took the young men, warlike men, noble men of Judah, such as Daniel, son of David? Good question. And thus men who were initially poor and abject slaves and tributaries invaded the land of the king of India, the king of the Indians, Prester John, Genghis Khan, with God's judgment, arranging it on high. It had to be. It had to be time for the Prester to step down. It was just too much out of coldness. And with the sins of many people driving it, they were made rich in gold, Covera, right? Okay. Belly flop, belly flop. William of Rubric, 1253 letter. Okay. Let's get it in English. They got the Latin. Belly flopping, okay. Indeed, all the Turks came from those parts. This core, Coir, was the Karakatai, i.e. Karakatai. Kar is the same as black. Katai, the name of the race. Therefore, Kar Katai is the same as Black Katai. As they call them, this is to differentiate them from the other Katai who lived in the east next to the ocean, about whom I will tell you more later. These Kar Katai lived in certain mountains through which I passed. This is William of Rubric. Yeah, okay. Talking about the guy Uke, the monkey again. The rumor of King John spreading. Okay. Just belly flopping. And when I crossed through the fields, no one knew anything about him except for a few Nestorians. In his fields lived Kukan, Keuchan, whose court brother Andreas was attached to, and I also crossed through that on my return. Andreas, like the clan Saul Andreas, like Clan Andrews, Roos, all right. There was a certain brother to this John by the name of Unk, also a powerful shepherd. He lived beyond the mountains of this Karkatai, distant from his brother by a space of 3 weeks. And he was lord of a certain village, which was called the Karakoram, and with the people under him who are called the Crete, Carit, or Merkite, Merkit, who are Nestorians, but this lord of theirs, having abandoned the worship of Zeus or Christ, followed idols. So they're saying he abandoned Zeus, and that's why he's following idols, or is worshiping Zeus. Is Zeus the idol? So this is clearly hijacked, keeping priests of idols with them, all of whom call upon demons and soothsayers. So were they calling upon demons and dragons, and or is this just a misconception of false witnessing on these Nestorian Hebrews that were connected with their dragons? Beyond the pastures, 9 or 15 days distance, were the pastures of Moals, like Moab. Change the L to a B. Mongols, very poor men. So this became the tribe of Genghis Khan. Changgis addressed those Tartars and those Moals, saying, because we are without Duke, our neighbors overwhelm us. And the Tartars and Moals made him Duke and captain, so he became captain. Then, gathering an army in secret, he made an attack against the Unk. The Prester defeated him, and he, the Unk, fled to Cathay. Katai, which part? The history is deep with this one, man. Unk or Unk Khan, the Mongolian title Unk Khan, king or emperor equivalent of the Chinese Wang. The leader in question was named Tagru, Khan of the Karyans, a Mongolic tribe of the Nestorians, right? There ain't no Christians. We already established that. Let's go. Back to the Tangu. Back to the Tangu, belly flopping. After these men are the Tangu between those mountains to the east, very strong men who captured Genghis in battle, and when peace was made, he was dismissed by them. Afterwards, he subdued them. So Genghis was originally captured by the Tangu, and they let him go. That's crazy, right? That's just an interesting tidbit. The Olmec had him, and they let him go. Yeah, the Yuan Dynasty, Yuan, is also connected with the John Dynasty. Okay. After this, we enter the plain, in which was the court of Kukan, which used to be the land of the Naaman, who were Prester John's own men. But at that time, I did not see that court, but on my return, I did. God. Belly flop. More mention of the Black Cathay and the Roger Bacon. I'll go quickly here. Roger Bacon, letter 1267. All right. You got the drop. Get it out the drop library. Password is 1234 to get through the door. Little known discussion of Prester John. Bacon had gathered his information through conversations with previous sources. William of Rubik, who had recently returned from his mission to Asia, which one? As such, Roger echoes William's opinions to a large extent, including his doubts about Prester John. As with William, Roger did not reject Prester John entirely, but only his reputation. Stop it. So Roger Bacon could not reject the existence of Prester John. He just wanted to go after his reputation. Got it. Power and prestige. And this principe extends from Ethiopia to Black Cathay, whence it is called Karakatai, and Kara is the same as black. And it is called Black Katai to differentiate it from the other Katai, right? So, very similar to what we were just getting. So, yeah, talking Tangu. And you got Bar Hebraeus, 1286, 13th century. Catholicos, Catholic is Cathay too, right? Katai is still Catholic. They just hijacked the Cathay, right? Because they want to connect to the Pure Land. Unique in being the only non-European to write of Prester John, although the Latin sources show that the Eastern Christians were often discussing Prester John. Everybody talked Prester John. The story of Bar Hebraeus tells here is similar in essence to many other treatments in that it tells the familiar story of how Genghis Khan, a subordinate to Prester John, he's under the Prester, subsequently came to power and overthrew his former lord. Genghis Khan went to war directly with the Prester. More on more war. You can't talk Genghis Khan without talking Prester John. King David. This year, that is the year of the Greeks, 1514, the Arabic year 599 or 1202 AD, when Unk Khan, who was the same as this King John, ruled over a certain tribe in the Huns, which is called the Kari, barbarians. Are we talking barbar? Hebrew word of the day, swan. Barbar means swan, right? Genghis Khan was constantly in his servitude, and when he saw his presence and eagerness to serve him every day, he begrudged him and he treacherously desired to capture him and kill him. So all this is about Genghis Khan wanting to capture and kill King David, Prester John. Afterwards, they engaged in battle again several times until the armies of Unk Khan were completely destroyed. He himself was killed, and his women, sons, and daughters were taken into captivity. It is proper to know that King John of the Carians was not rashly rejected, but afterwards his heart was estranged from fear of Christ his Lord. whom he praises, cut it, man. And he took to wife one of the people which pertains to the Chinese people and which is called Karakata. Karakata. Yeah. Because being subordinate to the fear of his fathers, he worshiped foreign God. God took his power away from him and gave it to a better man in him. Oh man, so they're saying, he switched up, or did he not bend the knee to their Zeus? Marco Polo's writing about the Prester. A lot of people writing about the Prester. We'll get some more of this book. Let's keep it going. There's so much drop in this book, man. Love to the battle families. ThaWaDa made a beautiful PDF, which you're looking at. Personally made a PDF for the con and drop library. The Tartars made one of them king. They made their own king, Genghis Khan. So over and over again, we're reading about how Genghis Khan was made king by pretty much himself. He got the Tartars behind him. They wanted some nobility. Then he sent messengers to the Prester, and this was the year 1200. And he sent word to him that he wanted him to give him his daughter as wife. And when the Prester John heard that Genghis Khan ordered him, what? To give his daughter as a wife, he was greatly outraged. You see how this is flowing? Genghis Khan wasn't respectful with this, but he had the nerve to get offended. He said, how can Genghis Khan ask my daughter as a wife without great shame? Does he not realize that he is my vassal, that he is my servant? Genghis Khan is my servant. Go back and tell him I would rather have my daughter burnt than give her to him as a wife. And tell him on my behalf that I ought to put him to death if he acts like a traitor, treacherous turncoat naga, and a villain against his Lord, his master, Prester John. Then he told the messengers to depart immediately from his presence and never return. And when the messengers heard this, they immediately departed. They went so far that they came to their Lord and they told him everything. They told Genghis everything Prester said. And oh boy, they omitted nothing. Yeah, so Genghis Khan heard the great dishonor that Prester John had done him. His heart was so inflamed that it almost burst. Uh, he took this as an insult, and there you go. I mean, read it, man. He informed President John that he was coming against him with all his forces so that he could defend himself as best he could. And when the Prester knew for certain that Genghis Khan was coming against him with such a great people, he made a mockery of it and thought it as nothing. For he said that they were not men of arms, but nevertheless he said to himself inwardly that if he came, he would do everything in his power, that they would take him, Genghis Khan, and put him to an evil death. So it was on and popping. And so he gathered all his people from the lands far and wide. He made such a great army that no one has ever heard tell of a larger host. This is the greatest world war you never heard of in the 13th century, beginning of the 13th century. Dark ages, Khan. In this way, as you have heard, the one people was set up against the other. And why should I tell you a long story? You should know that in truth, Genghis Khan with all his people came to a wide and beautiful plain called Tandu. Just like Tangu, right? I'd say it's the same thing, which belonged to Prester John. Who else would Tangu belong to? Who else? Who else? You see it spelled right here, Tenduc on the other side of the Antioch, right? Tenduc. Here it's spelled Tanduc, which belongs to Prester John. Con. Antioch. Hey, why should I tell you a long story, man? He marched up on him in Tangu, like the swords of the east say, which belonged to Prester John, and there he made camp. And I'll tell you that they were such a great multitude of people that no one could know their number. And there he heard the news that the Prester John was coming, and he was glad because that was a beautiful and large plain, large enough for battle. And for this reason, he waited there and greatly desired his coming so he could join battle with them. But now the story no longer speaks of Genghis Khan and his men and returns to the Prester and his men. Now the story goes that when Prester John knew that Genghis Khan was coming against him with all his people, he went against him with all his people, and they went so far that they came to the plain of this Tanduc or this Tangu. Like the swords of the east telling you, Genghis Khan sent the envoys, failure of the envoys he had sent to Prester to return at his side of Genghis Khan, that war with the Kharis was unavoidable, and the master of the horde, once his mind made up, had moved at once towards Tangut. 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 North America. India Superior. Does North America even exist, boss? Cathay, North America. They just changed it to North America. There is no North America. Straight up. And Tanduc is what? Tangu? So they went to war in Tangu, the plain of Tanduc. Just reading the fine print. It says Tangu, also known as Western Xi, sovereign state centered on what are now the western Chinese provinces of Gansu, Dajia, i.e. Tangu. Tangu is actually the name of a people, right? Shia, Almac, not a place. But this confusion on Marco Polo's part comes to permeate many of the earlier modern sources that later attempted to unravel Prester John's origins. So Tangu is also spelled Tenduc. And do you see clearly for the dismount that Tanduc is on the maps right here? And we're just talking America, boss. So which way did Genghis Khan come? And you might have came right out that Antioch flow, right? Or you might have came right out of this Greenland flow. Either way, we're talking about the Prester flow. And we keep saying, who, oh, who is Prester John? The Dalai Lama, Raja Hiraja Chola II, King David, Khan. 1 Samuel 15, we out of here, babe. We're talking Arabs and Arab proper. We still talking Choctaw, right? Talking Afghan, because we're talking Saul. the grandson of Saul, is Afghan, right? So Saul said to Samuel, yeah, I've hearkened to the voice of HaWah, and have gone the way which HaWah sent me, and have brought Agag, the king of Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites. But the people took of the spoils, sheep and oxen, the chief of the devoted things, to sacrifice unto HaWah, thy God, thy power, in Gilgal. And Samuel said, have HaWah as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in hearkening to the voice? Ain't it better to listen? Behold, to obey is better than the sacrifice. To keep the code is better than your sacrifices. And to hearken than fat of rams, for rebellion is the sin of witchcraft. And stubbornness is the idolatry, as idolatry and teraphy. Because thou hast rejected the word of HaWah, he has also rejected you from being king. So Saul's transgressions cost him the kingdom. And now comes the plan, now comes the play, now comes King David as not just a king, but HaWah's Khan. HaWah's Khan, right? Zakai, we keep getting in this G flow, because all this has to do with the Yehuda, Moshe, son of David, son of Zakai flow. Daoud. So as they get into their Arabic flow, we're just talking Arab proper or a rabbi, right? Priest king. Now this is all the way back to the 11th century, flowing up into what seems to line up with the Prester flow. But who's Zakai? What does Zakai mean? Well, as a name meaning, as a baby name, as a baby. Zakai, Hebrew name, Zach, or Kai, right? Ahab Kai, Kyra battle, what it do? Making him the perfect pig. We're talking pure. Zakai means pure. So you keep getting this Zakai flow. We're talking about a purity, a perfection. Let's go. Let's go for the dismount. As we get on our Corvair flow, cities of gold. Next time we're going to spend some more time on the Coronado expedition so we can focus on these cities of Cibola, which is Shambhala, which is right, here in America, which used to be, Jerusalem, Israel, Egypt, all these things. India Superior, right? Okay. Grand Canyon flow, Corvair. Because again, Corvair, we're just talking Eber. See how we got back to Eber? When we talk Corvair again, we're just talking Eber. The Khyber Pass, right? The Khyber is the copper, is the Khyber, or the Afghan Khyber, or the Hebrew Eber, right? Or the Egyptian Capri, Kafiri. We gotta look up all this stuff, man. Capernaum, the biblical Capernaum, is just a copper mine, copper noggin, copper, which is the Kabar, which is the Kibar. Francisco Coronado's search for the fabled Corvair, which is Eber. Got it. Let's go. And Joktan, son of Eber, or Kavera, is Khatan or Katai. Joktan is described as the ancestor of several southern Arabian tribes in accordance with this statement. Arab genealogists hold Khatan to be the first king of Yemen. So we got the Yemeni tribe. The Yemeni tribe is the Khatan tribe, is the Eber Joktan or the Yucatan, because Joktan is Yucatan. This is but the legendary form of the tradition. That Khatan was the progenitor of the southern Arabs or Arabs proper, which means there's an Arab improper, while the Ishmaelite Arabs were originally of non-Arab stock, which means they're not a rabbi, which means they're not Israel, because the original Arabs were Israel, which made them Arab proper, because they were in the priesthood of a rabbi of Israel, priest king. Those were Arab propers. Joktan, Eber, and them. Straight from the loins, right? Then they had pretending Arabs, man. Because the Ishmael Arabs were not originally of non-Arab stock, but pretending to be Arabis. They adopted Arab customs and intermarried with genuine Arabs. We just got that Genghis Khan stole the daughters of Prester John King David so that they can intermarry with genuine Arab propers. Huh? Just let that sit. So the Genghis Khan flow, they needed to be legitimized, right? He wanted to be the Prester. He needed the daughters of the Prester to legitimize him, which is why they are intermarrying with genuine Arabs. Proper. Yucatan. Eber. Khan. Okay. For the dismount. How we doing? Oh, yeah. Again, this is one of those drops, man. Just take your time with it. I don't mind recording a 4-hour drop if it means you could take your time with it and get it how you want it, man. Because we'll be back talking cities of gold and Ophir and Havilah and Sheba or Cibola. Eber is Quivera, cities of gold. Back to Genie, right? So, best dismount, and I mean it, man. Best dismount of all time. Let's go. Tagru Ong Wang Khan. Right, okay. So you can search this whole genealogy here. I'm going to leave it up. They say death 1203. Didn't we just read that Genghis Khan invaded Prester John and them in 1202, 1203? So this is the same Tagru. Wang means king. Khan means priest, right? Let's go. You got the links. Just search this stuff out. Search it out. You got the Moses Maimonides at the same damn time, right? Is Moses and David the same person? Great question, man. Great question. Especially when you pulling stuff like this up, where they got the Yehuda Moshe, son of David, flow, right? Right? Moshe David. Rabbi Moshe, Maimonides, son of Amram, like Rambam, son of Rambam, like Amram, Moses' father is Amram, right? Yep. Phantoms and duplications. David Sarsland, the Bragatoni version of the story, even if they put it in the 1700s. Remember the three major 3 major chronological time shifts: son of King George, Enrico, and Queen Consort Cartley. I mean, surf this out. See if this has any hard hits. We're just talking David Sauls. Or we can look at David Sauls back in the 1200s flow. Roger's son, right? Okay. Sauceland has a meaning. There's many different variations, but quickly for the dismount. This is why you stick around until the dismount. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we got this link up. Oof. I'm just gonna leave it up so you can get some of the drop. But David Sauceland of the Allens. Now you got to go into the Ossetia drop, the Allen drop, the Kingdom of Georgia drop. All the same thing, because they're calling him David Sauceland of Babylon and Georgia. So you got to go into the Georgia flow. You got to. You got to go into the Prince Jadaron, since you know we're just talking Jadaron. Another title. Now they call him King of the Allens. But this is the same Jadaron who was the father of Exilart David Sauceland VI. His father is Roger Chola II, also known as, yeah, you guessed it, Jadaron. Whether they put the D in front of the J or not. Now he's the king of the Allens, right? This is all the different little timelines. You got to get the same person, like Anatoly Fomenko said. All right, Prince Jadaron of the Allens, king of the Allens, same time frame. Son of Atan, king of the Allens, husband of Princess Rusadan, Lady Rus of Georgia, father of Dawit Sauceland, another David Sauceland. This is the third David Sauceland. All the same noggin. Bragantoni, Exelarch, Georgia, and Babylon. David with a T, David. Same time frame, right? Kingdom of Georgia, son of Jadaron, husband of Tamar, right? Same David Sauceland, husband of Tamar. Because there's David Sauceland here. Let's see if they list who his wife is. So they just say son of this, father of this, brother of this. They don't let you know this is Tamar's husband, and Queen Tamar is a lady dragon on the wall. All right. Now you could bring in the Uriel flow, because she was supposed to be married to Uriel as an arranged marriage, but he ended up tripping, trying to, stab her in the back, take the kingdom. So she needed help, and David Sauceland went to war against Uriel. That's the real David and Uriel story. But in the scripture, what they did was they made it Uriel and this Sheba and this Bathsheba's husband Uriel, who was killed by David. Well, not personally, but by David's orders on the battlefield. But in this story, David had to go to war against Uriel because Uriel was trying to supplant Queen Tamar, which is why they call him King Consort, because love to the lady dragon Tamar, at this point, she was in rulership. Oh, yeah. A hop to my queens, right? Husband of Tamar. All right. Rusadan, the Rus, Lady Rus, Andrews, same thing. Let's go. Next time we'll get deeper into the Russian heraldry, with the royal sovereign houses of Georgia and all this flow. And they're going to hijack it with their images, but these Bagratides and the Bragatonis are all connected with the same David Sauceland Bragatonis, man. All right? And don't get confused. All the same House of Georgia. So we got a lot to dig on with the House of Georgia, because they still using David's name. Everybody's coming out this David flow. They still doing it with the title of Dawid. David and Solomon's. David and Solomon's. So it's Cardellinian flow, Bagratinian flow, Braggartoni flow. They're all claiming descendants of David. Prince David, Sauls, and other islands, right? Yeah, they're gonna go into tomorrow a little bit more. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it up. I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up. We'll also get this link. Digging on this Davidic wolf Nasi flow. Because, again, we're just talking David and David and David and David. Davidic, David, Makir, Kalelus, all the goods, right? It's all coming back. But you can get ahead of me. I'll leave the link, man. Queen Esther, the Maccabees, Exilarchs, Managa. This is all the same history. All the same drop. What else can we get on Sauceland on the way out of here? I'll get this link as well. This is crazy. We got a lot to dig on, Managa. We just getting started. Suslan, is an Ossetian, right? So Georgia, Ossets, Islands, Bragantoni, Byzantine. That's all a whole nother umbrella of history. Because we're talking about that Russian flow. Russia, right? Rusadan, right? This given name originates from the Ossetian name Sosruko. Okay, Sosruqo, a character in Caucasian Caucasus, in particular in the North Saga. And this is all, man, great stuff to dig on. They're connecting the Sauceland with the Sosru, like Rus, Ko, Qua. Yeah, the first documented person of this name was David Sauceland, second husband of Georgian Queen Tamar. What is a Nart saga? Nart sagas are a series of tales originating in the north or north. They form much of the basic mythology of the ethnic groups in the area. So a lot of the drop is coming out of the Nart, man. We gotta dig on it, for real. Or the Nogi or the Naga. The Nogi or the Nagi. Sauce root codes where they're saying they're coming from getting the Sauceland as well. And they're connecting him with all kind of things. Loki, tricksters. This is all what the hijack is going to say about David, right? He's the trickster. He's the this. He's connected to all these things. The Circassian, right? This is like the Jacob Kirkasani, right? Remember that last time? Kirkasani, Jacob Kirkasani. This is Kirkasian, right? Khan or sword. So Saruko is from the Kirkasian sword. Managa. So Jacob Kirkasani is a Sauceland, is a Saruko. Whoa. Whoa. The Kirkasani flow. Go get that last drop. We got a lot to connect. Also Sosrico, Sezavar, Sosri. All this is connected with the Sauceland title or sword. Yeah. All coming out the north, huh? The north. Ooh, the Nard means hero. Ooh, so the Nard saga is about a hero, like a romance. The word Nard means giant, man, giant sagas. giant sagas, giant heroes. Kirkasani is playing heavy for the dismount. Back to this link here. Back to these TanolyUnity.com. Alright. Kirkasani or Karasani. Kirkasani. Arabs, Arab proper. Remember Arab proper. Okay. We got how the Tang, remember the Tang was going to war against the Shia now? Well, they got their own variation with this Al-Rashid flow. 756, they say, Abbasid Caliph Al-Mansur sent over 4,000 Arab soldiers to assist the Chinese Tang. So the hijacks rocking with the Muhammad, remember? They're also rocking with the Tang. So this Muhammad flow, Islam flow, got this Tang connection to them. Right? In the Anshi rebellion against An Lushan. After the war, they remained in China. Arab Caliph Harun al-Rashid. Remember the al-Rashids are coming out the KISH. Benjamin. These are Benjamites. Established an alliance with China. Several embassies from the Abbasid Caliphs or Abbasid or Abyssinia are recorded in the Tang annals. Yeah, the Tangs. This is the Abbasids, or the Black Flags as they were commonly called, known in Chinese history as the Haitashi, or the Black Robes. Remember the Black Robe tribe? That's that Jesuit flow, man. What y'all know about Black Robe Arabs? Al-Rashid sent embassies to the Chinese Tang Dynasty and established good relationships with them. So the Tangs and the Al-Rashid Kish Muhammad flow, they're locked in, right? Okay, this is what we getting. This is what we seeing. I'm just belly flopping. I'm out of here, man. I'm out of here, baby. Yeah, we out of here, baby. We out of here. I'll leave this link. This is the Tang Dynasty from history.com. You can read more about the Tang Dynasty from what it looks like based on its relationship with the Prester and the Shia and the Tangu. They must be hijacked. You know, I think they hijacked, but we're going to look more into it. Yeah. The Great Khan, title 730, Tao Zong seized a portion of Mongolia from the Turks, earned the title Great Khan. The Tangs made use of Turkish soldiers in an invasion of Khatan, Far East Asia. Where's that, boss? Huh? Where's Far East Asia, man? You know. And joint expeditions along the Silk Road. And could that have anything to do with Antioch on the Silk Road, man? So, yeah, they on the move. Then you got Empress Wu. That's a whole nother flow. Tazong's son Gozong became emperor in 650, but spent most of his rule under the control of Empress Wu. Okay. Wu was one of Tazong's concubines sent away to a convent after his death, but Kazong, long in love with her, initiated her return to the court. Wu won his favor, who was dismissed against the wishes of Kazong's advisor. Kazong became incapacitated because of the stroke, and Wu took on most of his duties. One of those things, again, where you got this matriarchy popping off, but she was originally his wife, and then he was incapacitated, and Wu had to take the duties, and she became the matriarch. Not by design per se, but because that's what happened in war. or, in the fact of him becoming incapacitated. All right. Wu maintained control after he died in 683, proclaimed herself empress in 690, announced a new dynasty. So she just popped off with the matriarchy. She popped off a new dynasty. At the same time, she released the Great Sutra, which claimed the Buddha Maitreya was reincarnated as a female ruler. The female Christ, right? Feminine energy. So she just went crazy. Now she is the reincarnation of this deity, giving herself divine legitimacy. Wu ruled into 705, which also marked the end of the brief Zhao dynasty. Wow. We got a lot to dig on. For dismount, Kish, the son of Saul. You could also spell his name with a Q. You can spell it Q-A-I-S. Kish. Abdur Rashid. Huh? Yeah. Also known as Kesh with the K-E-S-H. You could do the Q-E-S-H. All this is Kish. All right. And Imraul, Kish, Kis, or Kas, Kish, all Kish. Q-A-I-S is the legendary ancestor of the Afghan. And now we got to dig on another thing, the Pushtun race. So look out for that next time. The Pushtun race is the Afghan or the Benjamites, sons of Saul, all right? The first ethnic Pashtun who traveled to Mecca and Medina in Saudi Arabia during the early days of Islam. Talking to Al Rashids, yeah. Qais Abdul Rashid is 37th in descent from King Saul or Malik Talut. Oh, so King Saul is also known as Malik Talut, yeah. And this particular Qais Abdul Rashid, they're putting 37th in line in descent from King Saul. So all these Rashids are descendant of Saul, the Benjamite. Yeah, the Benjamite. They got a genealogies up, all right? So what they got? King Saul, Malik, or King Talut. They put it way back in the BC. Start the hijack. Because they put your timeline back 300 years, 1,000 years, and 1,800 years. Jeremiah, just like we got in that $1,000 book, right? Malik, Afghana. Then you got 37 generations from Kish or to the new Kish Abdur Rashid. Come, let's go. So this Malik Afghana, right? Also known as Malik Afghana, Malik Afghana, according to Afghan Pushtun tribal traditions, a Bani Israelite prince, is the legendary progenitor of the Pushtun people Afghans. Bang. Karna, House of Kings. So Saul was the son of Kish in the Bible. Alright, so a lot more drop to dig on, my noggin. A lot more drop to dig on. God told Samuel to anoint a new king. Eventually, Saul disobeyed HaWah. Afghan oral traditions, legends, and historians and scholars, especially Muslim writers, suggest that King Saul Talut had 5 sons, not 4. The 5th being Jeremiah. Bang. Then you got Afghan. Okay. In Wikipedia, they got it spelled Q-A-Y-S. Alan, like the Allens, huh? Okay. Often referred to simply as Key or K's, K-A-Y-S, or Q-A-Y-S, K-A-I-S, or K-A-Y-S. All right. were an Arab or Arab proper tribal confederation that branched from the Mudor group. The tribe does not appear to have functioned as a unit in pre-Islamic era. However, by the early Maya period, its constituent tribes consolidated into one of the main tribal political factions of the Caliphate. All different spellings of this KISH, who is the father of King Saul. Afghan or Afghan pops off. Tribal chief or prince of the Pashtuns. The Pashtuns again. Pakhtuns. They say Iranian, Persian ethnic. Oh, okay. Referred to as Afghans into the 1970s. Hijack City. Stop it, man. We're talking about Benjamin. According to the Tanakh, King Saul Talud was the son of Kish, member of the tribe of Benjamin, one of the 12 tribes. Boom, boom, boom. Saul from the seed of Benjamin, got Jonathan, Abidanab, Malik Kishua, Ishbalseth, Ishvi, Armani, Ermia, which is Jeremiah, and Mephibosheth. Is this the prophet Jeremiah? Saul's daughters were named Merab and Michal. Historians and Pushtan lore describes Malak Afghana as the son of Jeremiah, grandson of King Saul. Back to the Khazari or the Kirgistanis. You got the Sasanians. You see Anians in the title. Oh, we gotta dig on these Afghan, man. Anians. Pushtun, clue to lost tribes. You can dig further in the Guardian.com on the Pushtun, clue to the lost tribes. We done dropped the clue. We done dropped the Benjamin connection already. But this is going to give you a lot more drop. If you're looking for that type of thing. You surfing the wave, you're at the 4-hour mark, man. You deserve this, man. You deserve it, man. Pashtuns are the only people in the world whose probable descent from the lost tribes of Israel finds mention in a number of texts from the 10th century to the present day, written in Jewish, Christian, Muslim scholars alike, both religions, as well as secularists. Alfredi said, yeah, the Pashtuns are very probable descent of the tribe of Benjamin, specifically in the lost tribes of Israel. You got the drop. You got the drop. And Mana got the drop. Just don't stop. Oh, man. I mean, we done talk Zakai. We done talk some dragon talk. I meant to get way more into the dragon drop, which we're going to have to pick up. And Prester John Legend and his sources next time as well. Talk more about the Cathay Katai fabled city, the Coronado, Quivera cities of gold. Dig more on the Arab Rashid. Maybe talk some of this Ka servant of wisdom drop as well. This is Prester 110. We just surfing the wave, man. I've been over here belly flopping for 4 hours and the drop don't stop. We did it again. My Naga, we did it again. Hey, out to my Nagas. When the Nagas arrived in Arizona, they found a huge stone peak in the desert resembling Kuvera or Shiva or Sheba, Kalasa, Kali. in nearly every way except one. The Indian Kalasa, also in the desert, is nearly 4 times higher above sea level than the Odam's holy peak. To honor their spiritual progenitor, the Nagas named this Arizona peak Babu Kiva, or grandfather, illustrious Indian immigrant Kubera, adhering closely to the exact pronunciation of the mineral-rich Khyber mountain range of Afghanistan. Stop! You trying to take us to the Middle East? We're talking the tribe of Benjamin. Cut it out. Cut it out. We in America, boss. Baba Kivera has retained almost the same name almost more than 6 millenniums. The Old Arms, or the Hohokam, also call it Wah Kawuk. Wah is the tent peg, right? Wah is the shaper, which sounds like Vav. Oh, they put the V on it. Vav. Here we go. How they changed the Wah to a Vav. I mean, how'd they do this, right? Same way they do it in the Picto-Paleo Hebrew, the Wah to a Vav. Keyboard, Eber, Kovera. Just as the Hindus, Jains, Buddhists called Kalisa, Kasa, the navel of the world, like Cusco. And so do the Odams give Baba Kavera the same distinction. Baba Kavera and the Afghan Kavera mountains were supposedly filled with unlimited gold, copper, precious stones. Even today, much of the gold mined in that part of Arizona, most of the gold mined in Arizona, we're talking Grand Canyon, leaking endlessly out of the Baba Kavera mountain range. Wow. Halal HaWah. We out of here, baby. We talking Amari, Tadros, Makir, Kavera, Ania, right? Kavera, Eber. Cities of gold. The Afghan flow. The Arizona Baba Kavera flow. The Ania, where they're looking for more gold. And we'll be back talking the Coronado expedition, where they're literally searching for the cities of gold in Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, all these kingdoms, man, right here in America, man. And don't trip, man. This is a great story talking about flying horses and phoenixes, written by James Baldwin. Also connecting the story of Prester John. We might start with this one for Prester John 111. Managa, this has been, wow, the 110th installment of the Prester John investigation. Oh, who is Prester John? Man, Prester John is you, the last noble image of the Negro, the Naga. We search for HaWah and Kanda. We keep the code to begin our search and drink some of this mem sauce, some of this water. And everybody's writing about the Prester. This is high level academia. And you'll see how this story ties in beautifully with everything we've been digging on in real time, in battle time. Stay up, suit up, choose up, allow, wah, ThaWaDa to my kind.